from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Fox Sports Houston brings you Houston Astros baseball. Today it's the deciding game of this three-game series between the Houston Astros and the Pittsburgh Pirates. Good afternoon, everybody. Bill Brown and Jim DeShays. The Astros have not won a three-game series since they were in Los Angeles about a month ago. They'd love to start this homestand by winning this third game of this series, JD.
Yeah, they've only won 6 series all year long. Let's take a look at the pitching matchup. It's Kevin Correa against Wandy Rodriguez. Correa, an all-star this year with the Pirates, an 11-game winner. Last year he won 10 games with the San Diego Padres, and despite all the games the Astros have played against the Pirates this year, this is their first look at the right-hander. What a remarkable year he is having. Wandy Rodriguez having a very nice season as well, although a little bumpy last couple of times out, especially that outing before the break in Florida. He scuffled, gave up 5 runs, so he's looking to get things back on track, and reasons to expect he will. He was one of the best pitchers in the second half of baseball all of last year.
So coming up, as this series is decided, the Pirates move on. The Astros stay here to meet the Washington Nationals. We'll see if Hunter Pence, Jeff Keppinger and company can keep it going with a good offensive night last night. Can they repeat it? That question is answered in just a moment.
Sports Houston is brought to you by Hyundai. People are talking about Hyundai uncensored. See what they're saying at Hyundai.com. Fans coming into the ballpark here at Minute Maid Park. It will be a Sunday afternoon crowd against the Pirates. Third game of 3 against the Bucks. The Astros with a win would have a chance to win a series, something they haven't done for some time. Wandy Rodriguez has just taken the mound and started his warm-up pitches. And the men who are going to be calling the game are already up in the booth. Bill Brown and Jim DeShays.
Thank you, Greg Lucas. And for Game 3 of this series, it is Wandy looking for win number 7 of the season. He has a good ERA. As J.D. mentioned, trying to shake off the effects of those last 2 starts in which he has allowed a combined total of 10 earned runs in 11 1/3 innings. Here's the Pirates starting lineup. For Clint Hurdle today, it's Alex Presley in left field. Chase Garneau is a shortstop. With Second baseman Neil Walker bats third. Andrew McCutcheon is the cleanup man in center field with Garrett Jones in right field. Lyle Overbay at first base. Brandon Wood at third. Michael McHenry is not the catcher, actually. It is Fryer catching today. And the pitcher is Kevin Correa.
And for the Astros, Wandy Rodriguez taking the bump this afternoon at home this year. He's been quite good. 7 starts. It's just 2-2, but a 2.74 earned run average for Wandy. His last start in this ballpark was June 30th against the Rangers, and he pitched 7 shutout innings. Defensively, same old in the outfield. Chris Johnson back in there at third base this afternoon, joining Barmes, Keppinger, and Wallace on the infield. Carlos Corporon will be doing the catching.
And as Wandy shoots for that 7th win, it's Presley stepping up to get it started. Alex with good numbers, 328, has 1 homer, 6 runs batted in. Third baseman Chris Johnson is on the grass. Brett Wallace even with a bag at first base as Wandy's first pitch comes in. Presley shortens up and takes strike 1. Eric Cooper is the home plate umpire. And suspicious minds might be wondering if Presley can stay in this 328 batting average range. Let's get it out of the way early. Huh?
If he struggles, he'll be in the ghetto. And his mama cries.
Yeah, very good. A little crooning on a Sunday. Nothing wrong with that. It's going to be nap time out there soon anyway. 1-2.
Oh, my.
But actually, you know, a lot of people around the Pirate organization might have thought of Presley as a 4th outfielder. Clint Hurdle is not willing to place those shackles on him right now. And he has shown some good ability to grind it out in the time he has spent with the Buccos. 2-2 to Presley.
61 at bats so far. Played 15 games. And the question will be how he will handle as pitchers get to know his game a little bit. And start to make adjustments, whether he can do the same.
Keppinger, quick throw, gets Presley. 1 out for Wandy Rodriguez. And last time in Florida on Sunday, things were out of sync for Wandy. He gave up 5 hits and 5 runs. He walked 5 in 5 1/3 innings. Lost that game 5-4. And as the Pirates look at him, he has lost to them in Pittsburgh July 5th. They pitched a good game there in Pittsburgh to beat them 3-2 back on May 6th. And now it's Chase Darno. He's hit safely in 8 of his last 10. 234 for Chase with an RBI. There's strike 1. Ronnie Cedeno, who was the starting shortstop, has been on the disabled list with a concussion. And he's been taking some swings and doing some running on the field before these games in this series. Word is he's about to go out on a rehab assignment in the minor leagues. No balls, 2 strikes. I was asking Brad Mills how the new 7-day concussion disabled list works. He said, well, you have to be on it for a minimum of 7 days. After that, the doctors have to clear the player for a return to action. So that's what the Pirates apparently are waiting for with Ronnie Cedeno. It's upstairs and it's 1-2. Meanwhile, Darno has filled in quite capably at shortstop. This is 12 starts in a row for him at that position after he made his first 7 starts at third base. So a versatile sort who's been one of those guys with all the injuries the Pirates have had who has helped with this opportunity. Upstairs, Wandy gets a strikeout. He saw that it worked for strike 2 and he went back to it.
Well, the same thing applies to Darno as applies to Presley. The longer he's in the league, the more the pitchers are going to start to find some holes, and if he continues to attack up there, he's going to be in deep trouble.
Neil Walker's on a 10-game hitting streak. He's hit .452 during the last 10 games with 19 hits. Strike 1 of the switch hitting Walker. 271 is his average. 9 homers. He has 62 runs batted in. He's a right-handed batter. Walker's hitting .212. He punches one on a line to right center field. Hunter Pence over. Backhands it and holds him to a single, and the hitting streak grows to 11 games for Walker.
Much better from the left side of the plate, the switch hitting Walker, but can provide a little something from the right side as well. So he's just red hot no matter how you slice it.
Andrew McCutcheon with 14 homers, 56 runs batted in, has tattooed left-handers this year. 286 his overall average. Against lefties, it's 330. Takes a look at ball one. Hutchins walked 50 times. Just a terrific year for him, but against Wandy, he is 2 for 14. So this lefty doesn't want to be lumped in with those stats against all lefties, and it's a 1-ball-1-strike count.
This lefty, from about this time last year, has been one of the best pitchers in baseball. Dynamite second half last year. This year has not been spectacular, but he's certainly been solid. 66 record, 3.52 ERA.
It's 2-1. Well, it's a good point you're bringing up. He is 6-6 on a club that's 31-63.
The team is 8-8 in his 16 starts.
It's 3 balls and a strike to McCutchen. Matt Dye is on deck. Wandy's ERA at home is 2.74. He's 2-2 in this ballpark.
Got to make a pitch here. You don't want to throw a cookie to McCutchen, but you don't want to walk him either.
No cookie.
A little tardy on a high fastball over the outside edge.
3-2, 2 outs. Walker will be taking off on this next one. Pirates have not lost back-to-back games in almost a month now. The runner going. There's a bullet. Diving play. Barmas fires to first. Oh! Beautiful play by Clint Barmas at shortstop. Just to stop it, number one, and then to scramble to his feet and make the strong throw to get the speedy McCutchen.
My, oh my, yeah, that's McCutchen running.
Play by Barmas to end it. Now Kevin Correa will face this starting lineup for Brad Mills Astros. Michael Bourne in center. Clint Barmas at shortstop. Jeff Keppinger second base. Hunter Pence right field, the cleanup man. Carlos Lee in left. Chris Johnson at third. Brett Wallace at first. Carlos Corporon the catcher. Wandy Rodriguez the pitcher.
Veteran Kevin Correa for the Pirates this year. Of his 11 wins, 9 of them have come on the road. Check out that record. 9-2, 2.71 road ERA. Good work by the veteran.
First pitch is strike one to Michael Bourne. 291 for Michael. 1 homer, 28 runs batted in. Corner infielders in tight. Middle infielders shortened up. Bourne takes it, and it's a ball.
Correa, fastball, slider, cut fastball, curveball, and a changeup. Wide assortment of pitches. he, like the rest of these Pirate starters, he's bought into Ray Searage, the pitching coach's philosophy of working quickly, pounding the strike zone. I mean, a lot of people talk about it, but these guys have been able to implement it. Really doing a nice job cutting down the number of pitches per innings pitched.
In the air to center, McCutcheon's racing back. Got the early jump. Now he cruises. One out.
Well, the Pirates defensively set up this way. Presley's the left fielder. McCutcheon very good in center. Matt Diaz gets a start in right. Infield of Wood, Darno, Walker, and Overbay. And we get a look at Eric Fryer behind the plate. He's just played a few games back there so far. A 10-game winner for the Padres last year, an all-star this year. 11-7, 4.01 the ERA.
Clint Barmas takes one for strike one. 247 for Clint, including 4 homers, 15 runs batted in. Back in the number 2 spot in the lineup. He is 1 for 7 in this series. He's hit .333 in his last 8 games, 9 for 27.
Should have gotten the lead off after that play.
Yeah.
A little saw about the guy who makes a great play. Always leads off the next inning. Well, not quite leading off, but he sure did make a nice play. I thought, wow, that's a nice catch, but too bad he won't be able to get the catch. And he did after all.
Stellar work with the glove. Now it's 0-2 with the bat. And that one goes out of play. Well, you mentioned Correa pitched last year for San Diego. Eric Fryer ought to play for San Diego. Fryer.
Yeah. Need to make that happen, Brownie.
Okay. Barmas 5 for 16 with 3 runs batted in against the sturdy right-hander, who will turn 31 August 24th. He's down with that one. It's 1-2. Correa, after those 10 wins you talked about with the Padres, 10-10 with a 5.40 ERA, was a free agent. The Pirates signed him to a 2-year deal for $8 million in December, a deal that's looking awfully good right now. The 11 wins, second in the National League.
Yeah, good job by their scouting folks.
Fly ball heads for left center. So does McCutcheon.
Because that 5-something ERA pitching at Petco Park would scare a lot of people off. Man, it's a great pitcher's park. So he did not have a good year at all last year.
Nonetheless, he got the opening day start for the Pirates this season. Led the way in a win at Chicago. And right now they're 48-44. They're only 1 game off the lead in the NL Central in 3rd place.
Correa 47-50 in his career. Broke in with the Giants back in 2003. I talked about him being more efficient. His strikeout rate is way down. And normally when you see that, it's predicts failure.
Cappinger with a liner left center field. That's in the gap. Presley over to play it. Cappinger heading for second. Presley's throw is coming in late, and it's a double for Cappinger, number 9. 100th double of his career now.
Cappinger with a 2-run home run in last night's ball game. Delivers this shot to the alley. A little mishandle here by Presley as he tries to make the transition to his throwing arm. Wasn't going to throw Cappinger out anyway. So no error assessed, no advantage gained. Just to finish the point on Correa, his strikeout rate way down, and typically when that happens, it speaks to a diminishing of stuff, and the pitcher's going to give it up. But it's not the case with Correa. His strikeout rate is down, but his walk rate is way down as well. So he's just pitching to contact a little bit more, trying to be more efficient.
Hunter Pence bats with a man in scoring position. Swung through into left field. Keppinger's being sent home by Dave Clark. And he'll score to make it 1-0 on the RBI single by Pence. So Pence, who was hitting .388 with runners in scoring position, gets his 61st run batted in.
Astros try to win their first series since the middle of June. Off to a good start. 2 big 2-out hits, the double by Keppinger, RBI single by Pence, and that's what it's all about, putting hits together, bunching hits.
Carlos Lee would like to pile on as well. Carlos is now tied for second in the National League in doubles with 25. Ball 1 to him.
Hunter Pence stole third base last night. A rather brash steal at third base with a left-handed hitter up in that 8th inning rally that the Astros had. So he may be looking to run a little bit more here, and this would be a good time to think about it.
2 steals in 2 games in this series. Popped up. Darno's calling and catching, and it's 1 run, 2 hits, 1 man left. The Astros lead it 1-0 after 1.
Nine-inning lunch break for every weekday afternoon home game this season, with the next date coming up this Wednesday, July 20th, as the Astros host the Nationals at 1:05. You get a field box ticket for $20 in food and beverage vouchers for only $45. Visit Astros.com/value for tickets. Bill?
Thanks, Patty. There is strike 1 to Matt Diaz, who has hit .348 in his career against Wandy Rodriguez, checking in at .281 for this season. He's driven in 15. Time called, and Diaz is settling in. Usually plays against lefties. Garrett Jones was the right fielder last night. Diaz looks at a strike, and it's no balls, 2 strikes now. Pirates are 16-10 against left-handed starters this year. Diaz 0 for 1 in this series. Wow. Strike 3.
Looking for a curveball or something on those last 2.
Interesting. 2 strikeouts for Wandy.
Chased one high fastball and then took one over the inside corner, and this one right over the heart of the plate.
That looks bad. Lyle Overbay at .241 with 7 homers, has driven in 35.
And that just helps to prove the point. When we talk a lot about if you get ahead, you don't want to start nibbling to let the hitter back into the count. Go ahead and attack him when he's vulnerable. And that was a great example of it there.
It really was.
2 strikes. The hitter has to protect against a lot of things. He's got to be able to fight the ball off in, handle the ball away. With Wandy's curveball, he's thinking, well, he's trying to get me to swing at that curveball in the dirt. So he's got all those thoughts swimming around in his head. And he just can't pull the trigger on a heater right over the heart of the plate.
Lyle Overbay 7 for 15 lifetime against Wandy. Cracks one past a diving Brett Wallace up the right field line. He stays right there, and that gives him plenty of opportunity to get to second base on a double. His 16th of the year.
And some talk about the Pirates maybe acquiring another bat to help augment that first base position, and Lyle Overbay doing his best to convince Neil Huntington and Clint Hurdle, hey, I'm your guy. Home run last night. He's shown a pretty quick bat on the ball in.
He's hit .400 in his last 10 games now. And Brandon Wood will try to advance him. .213 for Wood with 5 homers. He's driven in 17. Ball one. Wandy is 7-5 in his career against the Buccos. But Wood is 4 for 5 against him.
Got a lot of power, this kid. Swings and misses a lot. When he catches up to one, it goes a long way.
He showed that last night as the Pirates hit 3 homers. He hit number 5 of the year. And that one tied it in the 6th inning last night off Bud Norris, 3-3. Fouls that one, and then the Pirates later led 4-3, but the Astros won it with a 3-run 8th, 6-4. It's only the 4th time the Pirates have lost a game this year when they've had the lead after 6 innings. Brandon Wood, a first-round pick of the Angels in 03, 26 years old now, from Austin. Went to high school in Arizona, Scottsdale. He looks at the curve, and it's ball 2. Broken bat, foul ball. 2-2.
Wandy's got pretty good feel for that inside part of the plate on the right-handed hitter. He's been able to get his fastball in there effectively here in the early going. You get the sense that that's kind of his game plan today, to try to establish both sides of the plate with the fastball. He hasn't thrown that many curveballs.
Wandy opened last year with a 3-10 record and a 6.09 ERA through June 18th, and then he began the big turnaround, finishing 8-2 with a 2.03. Full count now as Doug Brocail hopes Wandy can get this number 7 hitter with Fryer on deck. He does get him for strikeout number 3. Our leaders of the game is brought to you by United, proud to fly the Houston Astros. We take a look further into Wandy Rodriguez. 18-8 in July for his career, the 3rd best winning percentage among active pitchers for July.
You mentioned that good work at this time of the year last season. Okay, wants to go out and talk a little strategy with Wandy. It's the first base open, pitcher on deck. Turn that good heater in. That's going to speed the bat up a little bit. Broke his bat, got jammed, so he wants to try to be a little quicker, and that makes him vulnerable to that off-speed breaking ball.
And here's a guy the Astros have not faced yet, Eric Fryer. Fryer's 25 years old, from Columbus, Ohio. 1 for 10 with the Pirates. There's ball 1.
Pretty good credentials as a minor league hitter. 280-something average with decent power numbers. Originally a Brewer farmhand, then to the Yankee organization. Old school, no batting gloves. You gotta like that.
It's 2-0 to him. Mike McHenry has caught the first 2 games of this series. The Pirates have used 7 different catchers this season. Ryan Dolman is really not close to returning. Now they'll go with the intentional walk here to Fryer and work to Kevin Correa, who has an 0.57 batting average.
And this is all about the Astros' struggles offensively, because otherwise you don't adopt this strategy this early in the ball game. Intentional walk to the eighth place hitter. That is designed to give you your best chance to prevent that 1 run from scoring that's out there in second base. The trade-off is you set up a greater chance of a big inning if Correa were to reach here, and then the lineup turns over. So that thinking typically prevails late in the game, or with a team that's having a hard time scoring runs. We just feel like we do everything we can to prevent the Pirates from scoring here.
Strike to Correa, 0.57.
That helps. That helps your strategizing too, when you feel like the guy that's coming up next, the pitcher, not a particularly good hitting pitcher. If Carlos Zambrano was on deck, I guarantee you you're pitching to Fryer.
Yeah. Now he falls behind. 2-1 to Correa. Correa is facing the Astros for the first time this season. He is 0-1 in his career against them. Pirates have won 13 of their last 20 games now. Correa smacks one into left field for a hit. Overbay around to score the tying run. It goes off the wall, and now here's the go-ahead runner coming to the plate. The throw is wide, and the Pirates lead it 2-1. Correa winds up at second base.
Unbelievable. Seems like that intentional walk has bitten the Astros a whole bunch this year. Again, you can understand the thinking behind it. I kind of like going after the 8-hole hitter there. For all the reasons we talked about, you can understand why. And then Correa just delivers the base hit that you did not anticipate. Nick Leyva, that was one of the most bizarre arm actions. He wasn't sure what to do. I think one hand wanted to hold him up and the other arm wanted to send him.
It was a little unusual. Now Presley, around for the second time, takes strike one. Looked like a human gyrating machine. Presley grounded out to second base, leading off the game.
You know, it's not your year, right? When that happens, you got no 57 hitting pitcher up there. It's a line drive to left, ends up going to the wall because Carlo was really shallow, as you would be with Correa up there.
Carlos juggles it. Clint Barmas gets it and fires it wide of the plate. They get 2 runs on a double by Correa. That's his second double of the year. His first 2 runs batted in. 1-2 to Presley. The Pirates are 21-13 in the division. Right call. Presley's caught looking. But the Buccos spoiled the strategy of the Astros after the intentional walk to Fryer. Correa drives in 2 with a double to give himself a 2-1 lead.
Chevy is proud to support youth baseball leagues in your local community. If you'd like to learn more about Chevy youth baseball programs, go to youthsportswired.com. You may be helping out some of these guys that are in the ballpark tonight.
Twins are here.
Are they?
Yeah.
Not Minnesota. We go to the bottom of the second inning, and it's Chris Johnson. Got a couple of days to regroup. Now returning to play third base. 246, 6 homers, 34 runs batted in. Brad Mills wanted to play some different people. And now it's back to Chris, who will get the majority of the starts the rest of the way, Brad says. Chris got a pinch hit in this series. He's 1 for 1 in his only at bat. One hopper to shortstop. Chase Darno turns it into out number 1.
Good swing, bad aim.
Yeah. Correa's had very good run support this season, but he has cashed in on it. To give him credit with that 9-2 road record and a 2.71 ERA. He's had decisions in all 11 road starts. And in those 11 starts on the road, the batting average against him is only .218. Brett Wallace with a .281 batting average comes up. Looking at ball 1. With 4 homers, 26 runs batted in. Wallace is 0 for 4 with an RBI in this series. He did get an RBI last night on that ground ball on which Hunter Pence scored in the 8th inning as he was pinch hitting. This one goes to left field. Presley over toward the line. 2 outs.
Batting average against Kevin Correa this year is .270. Exactly .270 for both right and left-handed batters.
Yeah, that's an oddity. Home run rate is not that far off either. He'll face Carlos Corporan, the switch hitting catcher, with a 188 average with 4 runs batted in. Humberto Quintero caught the first 2 games of the series.
Carlos had some good swings heading into the All-Star break. Hopefully he can kind of keep that going. Bat was showing a little life.
Ball 1. He was down to start today anyway. Make it a strike. He was down to start this game anyway, but then last night Quintero kind of tweaked the ankle that had been injured on that pop-up. Sanchez coming over and sliding next to him. So not a bad thought to give him a day to regroup, and it's a 1-1 count. The Astros are contemplating a player replacement for Matt Downs, who will leave the club with his wife about to give birth to a baby. She'll be induced tomorrow morning in Alabama, so he'll be gone for 3 days, they say. And because of the new procedures for allowing for a player to go away on maternity leave, he can be replaced on the 25-man roster. Matt, it's going to be his first, so he's a little nervous right now. Understandably so. So he's told his wife to call the trainer's cell phone if it's during the game. Go ahead and get out of here.
Yeah, that little 3-day leave that they have now is nice. They didn't have that back in the day, and always put the player in a bit of a bind.
Sure did. Strike on appeal to the third base umpire, Tim Timmons. That's a strikeout of Corporan. And it's the first for Correa. 2-1 Pirates after 2.
For the AT&T Trivia Challenge, in which JD and Brownie will try to tackle this question, only 4 Pittsburgh pitchers have had 25 or more saves 3 times in their Pirate career since 1969. Of course, Joel Hanrahan has 26 this year, but he's not on that list. Who are the 3, or the 4 rather, that have had 25 or more saves 3 times? Yeah.
Kent Colby.
That is 1.
You have to get 2 more?
Well, yeah, he
We're going to get 3 more.
Colby had 31 in both 78 and 79, so that's 1.
I thought it was 3 years.
The question is 3 times in there. Yeah, well, I must have left 1 out.
Okay.
No, there are 4 Pittsburgh pitchers, 25 more saves 3 times.
3 times.
Yeah, why come I only got...
Oh.
I think I may have written that down.
Maybe
wrong.
some bogosity.
The answer is supposed to be twice.
Oh, twice.
You're right, anyway.
Mike Williams.
Yeah,
that
really.
is correct.
Really?
There's 2 bells there. 2 more, and one of the 2. I'll give you a clue on one of them. One of the 2 played in Houston.
Mike Williams.
Well, there's another one. One of the 2 that's left. One of the 2 that's left.
Okay. Dave Justy.
And that leaves us 1.
Chase Darno looks at it, and it's 2-2.
Well, let me see. There had to be another one. And even though they didn't do a lot of winning in the 90s, there had to be.
Well, it was in 04 and 05, actually.
Yeah, in recent times. That was just after Mike Williams. How about the Gonzalez, the lefty?
No.
Strikeout looking. That's number 5 for Wandy.
Spanish name that was often translated by broadcasters.
He might have us on this one, JD.
Yeah.
Neil Walker's the batter.
Think of the word table.
Oh, yeah.
Mesa.
Joe Table.
Yeah.
Jose Mesa.
Jose Mesa. We needed help. We frequently do need help.
He had 43 in 2004 and 27 in 05.
Help!
Now, the
Williams holds a team record with 46.
Walker with a shot off the mound, bangs it into center field. He's 2 for 2 in this game after getting 4 hits last night. So 6 for his last 7 now.
Now here's the official answer, and again the question is probably printed wrong. It's actually 2 years. Oh, they corrected it. All right, there it is. Since 1969, and named them Mike Williams and Justy, who both spent some time here. Kent Colby, who was most noted as a Pirate, but also played elsewhere, and Jose Mesa, who played a lot of places.
the save rule took effect when?
I think 69.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, I think that's when it took effect.
So Elroy Face not under that rule. There's strike 1, but he had 18 wins 1 year in relief.
It doesn't always speak well for his relief, but in those days he had pitched 2 or 3 innings too.
Yeah, I would think the 18 wins in that era as a reliever is a lot more legit than the guys you see now picking up wins out of the bullpen.
Now, there's some sabermeticians that have tried to recreate saves from years past, but officially it didn't start till 69.
It's 1 ball, 1 strike. It's kind of hard to recreate them when that wasn't the rule at the time, so managers didn't really cater to that. But it's something to do in your spare time, and that's worthwhile.
And there are people that have spare time.
1-1 to McCutchen, who was victimized by that excellent play by Clint Barmas earlier. Now he takes ball 2, and it's a 2-1 count. JD mentioned it. Wandy's last win was here at home, beating Texas 7-0 on June 30th with 7 shutout innings. He reeled off 7 straight quality starts from April 30th here, beating Milwaukee, until June 18th in L.A.
And there's a lot of talk about Wandy Rodriguez and the trade deadline coming up. Yankees one club that apparently may have interest. I read a Rockies rumor a while back.
3 balls and a strike. I think I've seen Cleveland. among those, but we read something new every day on the internet about trade rumors.
Yeah, the Astros haven't really said that they're looking to move on. They just signed him to a 3-year deal this winter.
Right. And I think in their situation too, it's we'll listen to any offer right now, but what makes sense for us here. 3 balls, 2 strikes. There's really nobody kicking the door down in the minor leagues to join this starting rotation right now. So if you're Ed Wade, you're going to want to know that somebody is ready in any kind of a trade coming back in return for Wandy to join your rotation right now, probably.
Yeah, I think you would have to get a starting pitcher, either a major league starting pitcher, a young one, or a AAA guy from another organization who is deemed to be major league ready. Makes it harder to win the rest of this year, but this year's kind of a washout in terms of wins and losses.
That's wide at third.
A chance to make you significantly better a couple years down the road, then it's the deal you contemplate.
After some quick research by Phil Boudreau back in '72, Dave Justy pitched 6 innings in relief for Pittsburgh against the Astros. And when he was with the Colt 45s in 1962, he pitched 9 innings in relief in a game. A little short of your 18 figure you came up with.
Ed Summers or whoever that was back in the day.
Runner takes off on 3-2 and it's foul back.
Walker did not have a good jump. That's a situation 3-2. You're starting the base runner to stay out of a double play, but the swings and misses that Wandy has gotten so far this afternoon, Walker would be wise to think about trying to steal the base, to change his approach from just, a lot of times you're thinking is, well, just don't get picked off. We're trying to stay out of a double play, and you can understand that, especially with a lefty on the mound. With that jump he had last time, if that had been a swing and a miss from McCutchen, Corcoran would have had a real good shot at him. Carlos has not thrown the ball particularly well. He hasn't thrown it well at all. A little bit better lately.
He's thrown out 3 of 25. Now Wallace on a low throw gets it on to Barmas, who turns around, and it's safe at second base. The Astros had a couple of problems. One, the throw from Wandy Rodriguez was down around the ankles of Brett Wallace, and then his throw spun Barmas around. Walker gets a stolen base, number 6.
That time he did adopt the aggressive approach, going on first move. Tough ball for Wally to handle and come up and make a quick, accurate throw when he had to reach down as low as he did.
Now McCutchen on a foul tip strikes out. Number 6. Big pitch for Wandy.
Myers punched out a season high 11 in the first game of this series, and Wandy on a real nice strikeout pace as well. Establishing the fastball early, breaking out the curveball here. Second time through the order.
Pittsburgh won the game Friday night 4-0, but last night it was Houston winning 6-4. Now Matt Diaz is the batter. He struck out looking in the second on a fastball. He takes ball 1. The last Astros series win was at Los Angeles, June 17th through the 19th. The last home series win was against Los Angeles here, May 23rd through the 25th. Strike, and it's 1-1. 15-34 is the Astros home record. Before Friday night's game, their home winning percentage was .298. If you project that over a full season, the last team to play that low a winning percentage at home was the '69 Montreal Expos.
Expansion Expos.
Yep.
With Mac Jones.
You got it.
Coco LaBoy.
Coco LaBoy. Is Ron Hutt on that team?
Ronnie Hutt might have been there. I think Bobby Wine might have been there.
Boots Day.
Bootsy, yep.
Quite a ball club you used to watch.
Don Hahn might have been playing a little center field.
Yeah. Broken bat roller to the left side. Chris Johnson fires over to Brett Wallace, and in the third inning, Wandy gets out of trouble. No runs a hit. The runner stranded in scoring position. 2-1 Pittsburgh.
.com/Astros for a chance to win tickets at a trip to the 2011 MLB World Series. And by Jack in the Box. For a limited time, Jack's really big chicken sandwich combo is back for only $3.99 plus tax.
Shot of Union Station, the old train station here in Houston, 100 years old. Gorgeous building.
Where's our train sound effect, Jason?
Yeah, Jason will break that up for us. Wandy Rodriguez is the batter. He's hitting 121. Chance for him to do a payback on Correa, who got a 2-run double off him. It's ball 1 to Wandy.
There we go. Here it comes.
In the distance.
That's the Cannonball Express.
1 ball, 1 strike as Correa shoots for win number 12 of the season. His last start was his shortest of the year. Saturday against the Cubs, he went 3 2/3 innings, giving up 9 hits and 5 runs. Ground ball, Correa. 1 out. He's retired 5 in a row after the Hunter Pence RBI single. Correa's ERA for each month of the season has gotten higher. Started out 2.90 in April, 4.15 in May, 4.46 in June, 6.52 so far for the 2 starts in July. Michael Bourne hit a fly ball to center in the first. Showing bunt, he takes ball 1. Greg was saying that the Astros clubhouse was a very busy scene last night. Michael had 3 hits, drove in a run, and what did you say about him?
Well, hardly anybody talked to him because everyone else was in there. In fact, I walked out and I said, "Oh, by the way, Michael, nice game last night or tonight. 3 hits, big RBI," because he was getting dressed and everyone had been around Hunter Pence, wanting to talk with him about igniting the rally, and of course Bud Norris, and it was interesting because Hunter said, "Hey, looking forward to seeing you in here more." And of course, the media is in there all the time. It's just that when the Astros don't win, some of the players aren't. So I guess that's his way of saying we hope to win more.
Yeah. 2-1. It was a feel-good, come from behind type victory. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Michael's hit, his final hit, was huge because it drove in an insurance run, providing a little extra cushion for Mark Melancon, who got the save, and it was Mark's first save since early June. There haven't been many chances.
Mark spoke at the Faith and Family Night concert the David Crowder Band performed after the game last night. He was joking around about it. He said, I don't miss many bats, but he got the 3 outs in the 9th inning as all 3 of those hitters made contact, and it was a very effective save for him. preventing him from having to labor and, of course, keeping him fresh for today. 3 balls, 2 strikes now to Michael.
Yeah, Mark was just being humble because the strikeout rate is fine, and he's got swing and miss stuff.
Yeah, he's a very humble guy. Ooh, a high strike 3 call. And strikeout number 2 for Correa.
Yeah, a little higher than you normally see called, but I think it's fair. I think, we talk a lot about the strike zone. Normally you don't see that ball called. Looks like it's right on the corner at the top of the zone, number 7 there.
Yeah.
But even a lot of hitters I've talked to said, we don't mind if the zone gets a little big up and down. We just don't like it when it gets real wide. We get rung up on pitches you can't even reach.
Strike to Barmas. Clint hit a fly ball to left his first time up. One's fouled away, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. With this Pirate club, of course, Correa, an all-star with 11 wins, leads the staff. But there are others who have done really well. Paul Maholm has a 3.06 ERA, but he's 6-9. Jeff Karsten's 2.34. Hanged into center field. Nice line drive single for Clint Barmas on 0-2 count.
2 outs, nobody out when the Astros manufactured that run in the first inning. See if they can do something similar here. It was Keppinger who got it started in the first with a 2-out double. Pence drove him in. Now Keppinger's going to look to try to get Barmas around.
Well, Keppinger is on an extra base hit flurry right now. He had a 2-run homer and a double last night, going 2 for 4. Now a double in this game. Showing signs of liking this number 3 spot in the order. Inside, ball 1. Yankees 5, Blue Jays 2. They've played 6 in Toronto. Phillies 4, Mets nothing. They've played 5.5 in New York. Marty Martinez homered for the Phillies. 2-0. Phillies Double-A Reading Club has an influx of major league talent with Brad Lidge and Shane Victorino there now. Keppinger looks at ball 3.
Brad's going to be able to earn a minor league pension for all the rehab time he's had the last couple of years.
Sure is. Kyle Kendrick is shutting out the Mets for the Phillies today. Mike Pelfrey started for New York. Strike as Keppinger backs away. It's 3-1. Home plate umpires catching it from the Houston bench. Eric Cooper.
Any part of the ball gets any part of the plate, it's a strike. We want Keppinger swinging the bat here anyway. He's swinging it well.
Hunter Pence on deck. That's strike 2 as Keppinger throws the bat away. Whoops. And now look at this gesture.
I think he's telling Brad, don't you come out here.
He threw him out.
And I think Brad and the Astros bench was reacting to Keppinger flipping the bat.
We'll be right back. Oh, okay. We're not going anywhere. But Brad Mills is being heard here, although he's been thrown out of the game.
The pitch looked pretty good. The 3-1 pitch looked good. Cooper calls it a little late. Again, this one borderline down. Keppinger flips the bat away, and there comes the call. And he said, I don't want to hear anymore.
It looks well down from that view. It's the fifth time.
And I'm not even sure that Brad was the guy that was yelling from the dugout.
True. We don't know who was. Sometimes the manager takes the fall for somebody else's comments. It's the fifth time Brad's been thrown out this year.
Might have been broke.
Well, Pedrique will take over as the skipper. Brad Mills taking his leave. And Keppinger will go back in the box with a 3-2 count, 2 outs, and the runner will be headed for second, Clint Barmas. Started as a nice, peaceful family day. Brad on the field with his wife and daughter.
It's no fun to get run this early in the day.
No.
Have a chance to win a series at home.
Barmas takes off, and it's grounded foul.
Overbay playing well behind Barmas there, because you know he's going anyway. So the thinking is, let's just go back up a little bit and protect the field. But I think it would make sense to tighten up just a little bit, because he had a huge running lead, and that would make it very easy for him to score on just about any double. I would tighten up a little bit on him.
Ripped to left field, a high liner into the seats, a 2-run homer, and Keppinger is hot in this number 3 spot. 3-2 Astros as Keppinger. It's his second home run in as many days.
Kept across his home plate. He ought to tell Eric Cooper, you're right, that ball was a strike. Good call.
He got him a chance to swing the bat and get home run number 4, giving him 20 runs batted in.
The pitches that he didn't like, the borderline balls were down. This is a fastball up above the belt. You're turning into King Kong here the last couple of days.
Sure is. That's 4 extra base hits for him in the last 5 at bats. 3-2 Houston, and Hunter Pence fouls at strike 1. Another 2-out rally, as you suggested. Not only 2 outs, but Barmas got his hit on an 0-2 pitch. And Keppinger coming through on a 3-2 delivery. Hunter Pence drove in Keppinger with his single to left in the first. Correa runs it in and misses. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Not to indict Correa, certainly. He's deserving of his all-star status and his 11 wins, but a lot of his wins, he's had great run support. He beat Washington 10-2 2 starts ago. Just the advantage of being in that particular spot in the rotation and cashing in on it. 2-1. He's had 7-6 win. He's won 9-3. Twice 9-3. Way upstairs. 2-2 as Pence goes for it.
Correa, how did his selection to the All-Star team come about? Was it because somebody else couldn't go? I don't remember the.
Don't remember either. I'll have to check on that. But that's certainly a milestone for a guy who's 47 and 50 lifetime. That one's outside, and it's 3-2. And you know, a lot of the questioning about this Pirate club for the second half is, can these starting pitchers continue at the pace they've set this year? 36 and 28 as a group with a 3.57 ERA. They have not hit a whole lot. Starting pitching has been the real foundation of what they've accomplished.
It's a very interesting club to follow, and especially because of the pitching. Because it's being done by guys who don't have much of a track record.
Grounded slowly, and Wood is over and throwing on the run. Getting Pence for out number 3. 2 runs on 2 hits. And after 3, Correa laboring. 26 pitches in the 3rd inning. He falls behind. 3-2 Houston. central figure in this one. He scored the first run. He knocked in the second and third runs. And now Wandy Rodriguez has the 1-run lead, facing Lyle Overbay in the fourth inning. Overbay doubled past a diving Brett Wallace his first time up. Taking strike one. Well, Lyle now 8 for 16 in his career against this Astros left-hander, who had held lefties to a .217 batting average with no homers coming into this game today. It's 0-2. Tightly bunched group in the NL Central. St. Louis a half game ahead of Milwaukee. Pittsburgh 1 game behind. Cincinnati trailing by 4. Greg Brown, one of the Pirate broadcasters, was remembering the '97 race with the Astros winning the division and the Pirates going down to the final weekend, finishing second. 1-2.
So the Astros won the division, playing what 3 or 4 games above 500.
Yeah, and he said that the Astros won the final game of the series prior to the Pirates arriving for the final weekend. If the Astros hadn't won, then the Pirates still would have been alive when they came to Houston, but they were eliminated before that final 3-game set in the Astrodome. And that was the Chicago Cubs. The Astros beat to clinch that one.
Yeah, a lot of folks think the Central is down this year because nobody's really played at a blistering pace. You know, the Cardinals are just 6 games above 500. Milwaukee 5 above, but I still think those are good clubs. I really do. I think the Cardinals have a very good team, and I think the Brewers have a really good team as well. Got a little bit better because they've added K-Rod to their bullpen.
Yeah,
I think Greinke's going to be really good in the second half for them.
K-Rod got a win last night. There's a strikeout over Bay. Victim number 7. We go to Patty Smith.
Well, guys, it is July 17th. I want to give you a birthday list. Today's notables. Austin Smith, I guess this is why I get to read it. That is my daughter. She turns 17 today. Happy birthday, Austin. Belinda Carlisle, David Hasselhoff, Donald Sutherland, Phyllis Diller, 94. And Jean Fing. Once again, my pronunciation, I always get those. But anyway, happy birthday to all those people, especially my lovely daughter, Austin.
Happy birthday, Austin.
Austin has been driving for a whole year now, Patty?
Yeah, that's not something I'd like to talk about.
Okay, we won't get into that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get into the Jean Fing angle. Who was Jean Fing?
Emperor of China.
Oh, Emperor. Okay. We should know that.
Yeah, I can't say it, but at least I know who it is.
What's wrong with us? 2 balls, no strikes.
Do you know that you can get a David Hasselhoff popsicle? A frozen treat in the shape of David Hasselhoff's body?
That doesn't sound too interesting.
You can.
Where?
If you want. I don't know. I think it's a kind of a niche thing.
Frozen food section of your local store?
I don't think they're in the H-E-B, but
that's ball 4, a 4-pitch walk to Wood. It's the second walk of the day for Wandy Rodriguez. Eric Fryer is the batter. Fryer drew the intentional walk, and that was followed by the 2-run double by Correa. Fryer started the year at AA Harrisburg, then he was bumped up to AAA Indianapolis. Strike 1 to him. Pirates got Fryer from the Yankees in a trade in June of '09 for Eric Hinsky. He was a 10th round pick by Milwaukee in '07. Swings at that one. It snowballs. 2 strikes. Mike McHenry's done a really nice job for this Pirate club. Last year, Fryer was at Bradenton, hitting .300 with 8 homers, 48 runs batted in Class A ball in the Florida State League. Still 0-2. Fryer went to Ohio State. Line drive into left field. Fryer's out of the box running hard. Got a man on in front of him, so he'll stop at first. On the single, Wood getting to second base. He came flying out of that box.
Young guy playing with a lot of energy. It's a 2-strike breaking ball that stayed in the zone. He got him flailing at that previous one, but this one stayed up just a little bit. Not a horrible pitch, but it's probably a little higher than Wandy wanted it. Trying to bury it down in the dirt, trying to get a punch out with it.
Kevin Correa, who ripped the 2-run double in the second inning, now comes up with 2 men on again.
Clint Hurdle has a decision to make here. Does he play straight sacrifice with Correa and then count on Presley, a left-handed hitter, to drive in these runs off a left-handed pitcher, or does he give Correa a chance to swing the bat? The downside to that, of course, if he hits into a double play, inning over, you don't get that RBI opportunity from your leadoff man.
Showing bunt, and he takes it, and it's ball 1.
Cooper is not in a good mood today. He's already run Mills, and now not happy with the body language from Wandy. Wandy throws his arms out to the side. Wandy could drop some body language on you when you're an umpire. Cooper wants none of it.
Bunted well. Chris Johnson over to Jeff Keppinger. 7 sacrifice for Correa. Wood to third, Fryer to second, 2 outs. And it's Presley batting. He's 0 for 2. Alex has had a chance to welcome some family and friends from Louisiana. Good little homecoming for him as he's come pretty close to that area.
This is what I was talking about. He doesn't have a lot of at-bats yet, but in this relatively small sample, he's not done much against lefties, hitting just 200. So that would have been the defense had you let Correa swing there.
No ball with strike 1. Alex was born in Monroe, lives in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Being a manager is kind of like being a lawyer. You always have to be able to support your position. Why did you do that? Why did you bunt? Why didn't you bunt? Why did you walk him? You can either explain it or you could say manager's decision, like Jimmy Williams used to do.
Yeah. Well, I think sometimes the reason the manager might do that is that in explaining the answer to the question, he might reflect in a certain way on a player that he wouldn't want out publicly.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain things you got to be careful. You don't want to bury a player, but in terms of the basic strategy decisions, I think a lot of managers like to be questioned because they like to explain it to people so they don't get second guessed.
Parky Anderson did.
Yeah, Larry Dierker did. Dierker liked to be challenged because a lot of thought went into his decision. Phil Garner was the same way.
Yeah, they almost sometimes managers who like to explain it are disappointed when that question is not asked after a game because they want it out there. Ground ball hit to the left side. That'll score Wood. Fryer gets a stop sign. It's tied 3. And Presley gets RBI number 7.
This time Clint Hurdle comes out smelling like a rose. Correa drops down the sacrifice. Presley, despite those weak numbers against left-handed pitching, delivers a solid RBI single. Even taking a look at it, ultimately throws up the stop sign. That's a tough play for a third base coach. You don't have a lot of time to make up your mind. You cannot afford to let your runner take too big of a turn around third base on that base hit to left field because you could be nailed at third by the cutoff man.
Chase Darno bats with runners at first and third. Corporon looking over to the Houston bench. Al Pedrique, of course, the bench coach, has taken over as manager.
Kind of a weird game for Wandy. Piling up all these strikeouts, but hasn't had a clean inning yet. Base runners in every inning. Pirates put 3 on the board already. They have 6 hits.
Ball 1 to Darno, who struck out twice. Detroit leads the White Sox 4-3. They've played 7 in Detroit. Brendan Bosch hit his 13th home run. It's 2-1. Cincinnati leading St. Louis in the bottom of the 7th at Cincinnati. Lance Berkman hit his 25th. 1 ball, 1 strike.
So is Lance the hands down comeback player of the year?
He probably is. Just off the cuff without thinking too deeply on it. 80 pitches for Wandy. Neil Walker's on deck.
It's an award you probably like to win, but you hate to put yourself in the position to be eligible for it.
Exactly. Yeah. Pete Rose always said that. That's one award I don't want to win. Yeah. Comeback player of the year. 1-2.
Could rename it "What the heck went wrong with you last year" award. How are you so stinking lousy?
Jaime Garcia with the new 4-year contract is pitching for St. Louis today against Homer Bailey. He's dialing up a good one. 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 run for Bailey. Breaking pitch with the runner moving into second without a play. And it's 2-2. Presley gets the steal, number 4 for him. 2 steals for the Pirates today. They've been a running club against the Astros this year with a total of 12 stolen bases. Pirates lead the season series 8-3. Swing and a miss by d'Arnaud. Corcoran throws him out. And in the 4th inning, the Buccos tie it. They come up with a run on 2 hits and strand a couple. It's 3-3.
Bottom of the 4th, and you can save over 50% on Astros baseball this season with Price Matter Days presented by HEB. Available every Monday through Thursday. Home games, you score a bullpen box ticket, hot dog, HEB chips, and a 16-ounce drink, all for just $20. Visit Astros.com for tickets. Bill?
Thanks, Patty. Carlos Lee batting. It's a 3-3 game. He takes strike 1 here in the home 4th inning. He popped short in the 1st. Kevin Correa shooting for win number 12 of the year. Locked in a duel with Wandy Rodriguez. Both pitchers have struggled. 1 ball, 1 strike. Correa, of course, with the All-Star break. Even though he was an All-Star, got the extra rest. But Hurdle thought that would do him some good. Piling up the innings the way he's done. He's at 120. And he gets 1 more out in this game. Correa said in one of the articles that he kind of let his mechanics get a little sloppy. Normally he works on that, but he's been going well.
A lot of fastballs in this game. Two seamers running in and cutters away from the right-handed hitters. Hasn't really thrown much soft stuff.
No. Ball in the hole at short. Darno with a quick throw to first on one bounce to Overbay. 1 out.
Well, Darno's been up 3 times already in the first 4 innings of this game, and he's punched out all 3 times, so he can feel a little bit better about his day after this play.
Yeah.
From a knee up, and a good one-hop throw.
You know, just checking around, he's probably more of a utility guy than maybe an everyday major league shortstop. Not to close the door on that. Still a pretty young guy, and Ronnie Cedeno is viewed to be his superior defensively, but he's made some nice plays in this series. Chris Johnson, the batter. Looking at ball 1. And there are some who think that Darno will be the everyday shortstop next year. Cedeno, a possible free agent.
That's money there for him.
1-1 to CJ. Baltimore leads Cleveland 4-3. They're in the bottom of the 5th.
Breaking ball.
Yeah. Did see one. It's 2-1. The Pirates have really pitched great against the Astros this year with a 2.57 ERA. Their starting pitchers against Houston have a 2.18 earned run average for the 11 games. Three and 1. Brett Wallace on deck. It's Washington 6, Atlanta 2. They played 4 in Atlanta. The Nationals will be here tomorrow night to open a 3-game series. That includes a Wednesday 1:05 start, by the way.
Nationals getting that done against Jared Jurgens. Came into that game with an ERA below 2.
Johnson takes a walk. And that's the first for Correa. Brett Wallace hit a fly ball to left in the 2nd inning. Well, the Nationals are hanging in. They've had their injury difficulties. They're 47 and 47. The Astros will go to Washington in September. This will be the first we've seen head-to-head against the Nationals and Astros this year.
Davey Johnson running the ship.
How about that? That's strike 1 to Wallace. Tomorrow night at 7:05, it's Jordan Lyles looking for his first major league win, and longtime Astros foe Jason Marquis. Marquis 7-4 with a 4.05 ERA. Lyles 0-4 with a 3.60. Line over shortstop into left center field. Good swing by Wallace, gets Johnson to second base. 2 men on, 1 out for Corcoran.
Fastball running back to the middle a little bit. He has the tendency, Correa does, to fly open. And that'll cause that run on the fastball, and oftentimes that's the reason why it has been elevated. That was the case with the home run ball to Keppinger, and that ball 4 to Wallace, or to Johnson rather. Same thing, flying open a little bit, leaving the ball up.
Corcoran struck out in the 2nd inning. Correa is a native of San Diego. Went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Began his career with the Giants.
The house that Casey Candell built.
That's right.
But Norris is still in it.
Yep. You know,
Mike Krukow?
Yeah, Mike is another one. Scott Service, who's now running the Texas Rangers farm system, former Astros catcher, told us that he has hired Casey Candell to work for him this year.
Casey, one of those guys, got a great personality and was such an overachiever as a player. So he certainly, he can help young players to learn how to play the game.
Yeah.
Because he just could not rely on his ability to sustain the time that he did get in the big leagues.
He was very smart. He was one of those guys who did not make a lot of mistakes. Wandy Rodriguez is on deck in this 3-3 game in the 4th inning. Popped up. Infielders converging. Wood is calling. And the infield fly rule is called. 2 outs. Umpire at second waited pretty late. He wanted to make sure somebody was under that one. Mark Carlson with the call. Wood took care of it. And of course, if you're not familiar with baseball, once an infield fly is called, the batter is automatically out. But if the ball isn't caught, runners can advance at their own risk. Home plate umpire Eric Cooper called that.
That's to protect the base runners. Yeah. So if the ball drops, they're not vulnerable to being forced, and players could just let the ball drop on purpose and then get a double play.
Wandy chops one third base side and foul. He grounded out to the pitcher back in the 3rd inning. We were mentioning Jordan Lyles, who will start tomorrow night. The question came up for Brad Mills today in his media session about Jordan's innings target for this year. There you see Lyles and Marquis. And Jordan Zimmerman and Jay Happ will square off Tuesday night with the Wednesday matinee, matching Livan Hernandez and Brett Myers. That's a My 20 game, by the way, on Wednesday. I have to check. I don't think we have a 12:30 pregame show that day. No balls, 2 strikes. So that'll be a 1 o'clock airtime for Wednesday on My 20. But it's going to be about 170 innings. They've talked about the innings cap they'll put on Jordan Lyles this year. That would be about 15 more than last year. 1 and 2. And the plan is to have him pitch in rotation until he gets to that point, not to skip starts. Things could change if there's an arm issue or something else going on with Jordan. But as of right now, that's the thinking on Jordan Lyles. Just let him continue to pitch in the rotation until he gets about 170, and then that's probably going to be it for the year. Maybe 175.
Yeah, there's, he could pitch 200 plus innings this year, and it probably wouldn't bother him. But I think it's just a matter of managing risk. And if you were in playoff chase, I don't think you worry so much about his innings load. You just let him pitch as long as he's effective. You keep running him out there. But given where the Astros are in the standings, the kind of year they're having, it makes perfect sense to limit his workload and be cautious. Err on the side of caution.
Yeah, that is very sensible. Still 1 and 2.
The counter argument is, well, you're never going to build guys up to give you that big workload if you don't turn them loose and let them do it. But he's a different case because he is so young.
Wandy lunges for it and strikes out. Strikeout number 3 for Correa ends the Astros 4th inning with no runs a hit, 2 men stranded. It's 3-3.
answer history on this date in 1982. Harry Spillman went yard in the 10th. Pirate reliever Kent DeCovey, we were just talking about him in the trivia. 4-3 win for the Astros in the Dome. Harry, of course, was a pretty proficient pinch hitter in his day.
He was a very good one. Absolutely, Greg. It's 3-3 here, moving to inning number 5 for Wandy Rodriguez. Both these pitchers have certainly given it up. 6 hits for the Pirates, 5 for the Astros. Pittsburgh has stranded 5. Houston has left 3, so it's a matter of who can stay in this game for a while now, maybe get the lead. Neil Walker is 2 for 2. So the hard-hitting second baseman squaring off in this series. Walker and Keppinger both getting in their licks at the plate. There's ball 1 to him. Walker was a .442 hitter against Houston this season prior to his 2 for 2 day so far today. .382 lifetime for Neal against Astros pitching. 1-1 to the Pittsburgh native. That one's in the air, and Michael Bourne watches the infielders converge on it. Keppinger takes care of out number 1. 8 strikeouts for Wandy.
Early on, he was catching the Pirates looking at his fastball. They were elevating, chasing that high one. There's Diaz 0-2 looking fastball. Catches Presley. Gives a sense of what the Pirate hitters are confronting. Pretty good fastball location. And that curveball around a little bit.
Those are the numbers. And now it's McCutchen. 0 for 2. Looking at ball 1.
That's the guy you're most concerned with in the lineup, but nothing out of 2 today with a punch out.
Well, ball out of play. McCutchen coming off his first All-Star appearance. Since coming into the majors in 2009, he's one of just 5 players with at least 40 homers and 70 steals. The others are B.J. Upton, Carl Crawford, Hanley Ramirez, and Matt Kemp.
Yeah, you know, McCutchen just such a good athlete. I imagine just about every night he's on the field, he's the best athlete on the field. Very few players in the league have his combination of speed and power.
It's 2-2.
Matt Kemp comes to mind. Yep. Kemp can't run like this guy, though.
True. And he's really grown in his role with the Pirates into this cleanup spot. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And a cleanup guy who, with his speed, can not only be a run producer, but a rally starter. So in both McCutchen and Pence, there are similarities. Just thinking about that game last night as the count remains 3-2 with Hunter having such an impact on it in the 8th inning, and the lead was 4-3 for the Pirates. He drew a leadoff walk, and he stole third, came home to score the tying run as the cleanup guy. Not a whole lot of cleanup men are like these 2 guys, Pence and McCutchen, in these 2 lineups today, and the speed that they also bring to the batter's box. And there's a 1-out walk to him.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of it is just because the managers of the 2 clubs don't have a lot of options when they put their lineup together. I mean, I think McCutchen profiles more as a third-place hitter. But, Pirates, like the Astros, don't have a lot of sluggers in their lineup. And Clint Hurdle has decided he likes McCutchen in that cleanup spot. So I guess, you know, he's got early game opportunities to drive in runs if somebody reaches, and if they go 1-2-3 out in the first inning, then he's, you know, he can lead off the second. He's very good in that role because of the speed and the fact that he walks a lot. That would be the one downside to Hunter. Hunter doesn't walk very much.
McCutchen just drew his 51st walk of the year. Hunter has 24. Matt Diaz has struck out looking, and he's bounced out to third. McCutchen drawing attention with 15 steals in 20 tries.
Wandy maybe cheating a little bit with that front leg, trying to deke McCutchen, and not a bad idea. I mean, this would be a time, even if he got called for a balk, wouldn't be a bad idea, because McCutchen's going to steal his base sooner or later, I think.
Slowly hit. Charged by Barmas. Quick shovel toss to Keppinger for the force on the speedy McCutcheon. 2 outs.
The guys didn't give him a chance to steal the base.
A tough day for Diaz. He struck out looking on a fastball, and then he's hit the ball weakly a couple times on the ground. Now he's aboard for Overbay, who had the double in the second and scored and then struck out. Pirates will be stepping up in their schedule for the next few series against clubs better than 500. They're 23-18 against clubs with winning records. But one would think they would be challenged with the schedule ahead of them starting tomorrow. Cincinnati, St. Louis, Atlanta, and Philadelphia. Overbay's a .315 career hitter against the Astros. Keppinger's on the grass at second base. It's 0-2. The Pirates have won 6 straight rubber games of 3-game series.
That's when you really get a sense of how tough things have been for the Astros this year when they win a game. And you start looking back, well, when's the last time they won a series? When's the last time they won back-to-back games? And boy, it's
true.
Yikes.
It's been a drought. 29 losses in the last 37 games. So a win today, if they can get it, might go a long way.
At least till tomorrow.
1-2. Nationals bring a pretty good club into Minute Maid Park tomorrow night.
Ooh, and Atlanta just dropped the 4 spot on them in the bottom of the 5th. That game is now tied 6-6. Atlanta still batting.
Braves are pretty good, aren't they?
They are. They're really good.
.585 winning percentage.
Folks in the NL East will be cheated out of a race, I think, because ultimately I think Atlanta and Philadelphia are both going to go to the postseason. Atlanta with a pretty comfortable lead in that wild card race. I see them taking a significant drop. Possible. Their pitching is awfully good. So they should be able to avoid any real long losing streaks.
Wandy steps off with the count 2-2 on Overbay. Overbay drafted by Arizona in '99. He was traded to Milwaukee then in a big multiplayer deal involving Richie Sexson. Then he joined Toronto. And he came in as a free agent, joining the Pirates last December. 3-2. Some think that, well, with Overbay hitting 20 homers last year for Toronto, and right now he has 7. He has a .365 slugging percentage. They might be looking at other options. If they could trade for a power hitting right fielder, they could move Garrett Jones back to first base.
Ouch. Well, he hit 20 home runs for Toronto, but they steal the signs up there. Joe Girardi said.
That's true. 100 pitch mark for Wandy Rodriguez. So it really didn't count. Well, he hit 22 back in '06, but that was also with Toronto. Well, there's a good comeback, though, by John Farrell. He said, if we're stealing all the signs, how come our record isn't any better at home this year?
How come they didn't steal them against Sabathia?
They're 21 and 23 at home. That ends it here in the 5th inning. Strikeout number 9 for Wandy Rodriguez. 3-3. Houston. Moving to the bottom of the 5th inning, it'll be the top of the order for Houston. Bourne, Barmas, and Keppinger due up against Kevin Correa. Michael Bourne has hit a fly ball to center, and he is struck out looking. Shortening up on the bat, taking ball 1 upstairs from Correa. Correa's had 66 pitches, 42 have been strikes. Grounded slowly to Walker. 1 out for Correa.
Walker gets the job done over there at second base. He's only made, I think, 4 errors this year, but he looks a little funky at times. There's no artistic merit in baseball. As long as you make the play, you're fine.
That's true. Clint Barmas single to center on an 0-2 pitch back in the 3rd inning. And he came around to score on Keppinger's 2-run homer. That's 1 for 2. Now we're seeing more of those breaking balls from Correa. So balls 2 strikes. The Texas Rangers have reeled off a 10-game winning streak.
How about that? I don't know. All-Star break didn't slow them down at all.
No, they did. They'll be at Seattle later. Way up, and it's 1-2. Keppinger on deck. Yankees leading 7-2 at Toronto. Top of the 9th inning. Phillies 5, Mets 1. They've played 7 in New York. 3-1 Cincinnati over St. Louis. Bottom of the 8th inning. Zach Cozart hit his first major league homer for the Reds. It's 2-2.
Talking earlier about Correa being much more efficient this year. And that is pretty much the case for the entire Pirate staff. Certainly the rotation. They average fewer pitches per plate appearance than any team in the league. Ray Searage challenging his guys to get outs early in at bats, and it is paying off.
In the air, and the first baseman Overbay drifts over. And foul ground. 2 outs. Yeah, we saw that with Karstens Friday night.
Karstens he's been the king of it. 83 pitch complete game against the Astros. Last time we saw him, he threw 95 pitches in 7 innings, but 72 of those were for strikes. I mean, you got the right kind of pitchers to do that. Guys that don't get good movement really can't afford to pitch that way. It's hard to spend that much time in the strike zone if your fastball is pretty straight.
Keppinger has a double and a 2-run homer. Jeff looks at ball 1 with Hunter Pence on deck.
The most important part of all that, one is it sets a tone for a pitcher that you're on the attack as opposed to setting a defensive posture. And the other thing it does, you pitch deeper into games and you stay away from that middle relief.
2-0 to Jeff. Jair Jurgens is the only 12-game winner in the National League right now. It's Correa, Hamels, and Halladay with 11 wins. 2 balls, 1 strike. Jason Bourgeois is on his rehab assignment. He went 2 for 5 for Corpus Christi last night. Brooks wanted 4-2 at Frisco. It's a strike, and it's 2-2 now to Keppinger. Bourgeois now has had 4 rehab games. And he's due to move on next to AAA Oklahoma City. Maybe just about ready to come back in a few days. Tapped slowly off the mound. It goes to the shortstop, Darno. Turns it into out number 3. And in the 5th inning, Correa has his second 1-2-3 frame to keep it tied 3-3.
by Sonic, America's drive-in. It's the new Sonic Good. By AT&T, rethink possible. And by Gullo Automotive, treating you like family. By the way, a member of the Astros family from the past, Wade Miller, being honored in his hometown. Reading, Pennsylvania, is going into their Baseball Hall of Fame.
Very nice. Congratulations, Whitey.
Youngest member, 34.
Well, he had some outstanding seasons here. Now Wood cracks a line drive, headed to the left field corner, jumping on that first pitch here in the 6th inning from Wandy Rodriguez. Wood has hit number 5th double for Brandon Wood this year.
Got on top of that one and just hammered it into the left field corner. Leadoff double. All of the damage is coming from the bottom of the order here for the Pirates. Walked and scored last time. Fryer's been on twice. Correa, the pitcher, delivered the 2-run double in the 2nd.
Fernando Rodriguez is warming up for the Astros. Fryer takes ball 1. Correa's spot due up next. Fryer with the intentional walk came around to score in the 2-run 2nd for Pittsburgh, and Correa clubbed a 2-run double afterwards. 1-1.
Fryer there taking a shot, trying to drive that ball the other way. That should be his thinking, at least early in this at bat. Not to give himself up, but to try to drive the ball the other way, try to drive that run in. And with the worst case scenario being of advancing the runner to third base. You don't want to just push one to the right side to advance the runner with the pitcher coming up next. You don't want to put the burden of the pitcher to have to try to drive that run in, and then if he fails, you've only got one legitimate shot at it. Even though Correa did deliver that 2-run double, just don't count on him driving in a run.
Turn back towards second on Wood. That's ball 2, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pirates are 4-1 here at Minute Maid Park this season. Ball keeps it at a 2-2 count. Last year, the Pirates lost all 9 games at Minute Maid Park. On their way to a 57-105 season. All the way. What a turnaround this year. 48 wins already. Just 9 shy of the total they had last year. And there they are, squarely in the thick of the NL Central, just 1 game out.
Keep winning at this pace, and really it's going to be one of the great turnarounds in baseball history. You know, it's one thing for a team to improve by 10 games or so in the standings, but to take this kind of a quantum leap is it's been done before, but it's pretty rare.
Jim Hurdle at the helm. Wandy Rodriguez has thrown 109 pitches, 67 for strikes. Astros got a run home in the 1st on a Hunter Pence single. Pirates got 2 in the 2nd. Astros with 2 in the 3rd on a Keppinger homer. Pirates tied it with a run in the 4th on a Presley single. And a swing and a miss there by Fryer. Corporon checks the runner, throws to first. And that's out number 1. He alertly took a look at that runner at second base, Wood, to make sure that he wasn't going to try to get frisky, head for third base. That's 10 strikeouts for Wandy Rodriguez. And Correa comes up. Johnson and Wallace even with the bases at 3rd and 1st for Correa. who stroked the 2-run double to left and put down a sacrifice bunt. And they strike one. Presley on deck. 7 hits for the Pirates, who came in with a team batting average of .247, 12th in the league in runs scored.
When he gets Correa here, he will tie his career high in strikeouts with 11. He's done that twice. Last time coming against the Pirates back in July of '09. Not a real patient bunch like the Astros. Free swingers.
This is Wandy's strikeout high in a game this year. Struck out 9 at Milwaukee back on April 24th. Correa reaches for one, and he goes down.
It's not a bat there if you're Wandy. You watch Correa in his approach and the way he swung the bat and out of bat, and you're thinking, this is the guy that hit the 2-run double off me? Are you kidding me? Really?
Some things are hard to believe. There's the strikeout card, reaching 11 now. Third time in Wandy's career. He's fanned 11. Last time was July 8th, '09 against Pittsburgh.
See what John Lannon of the Nationals did yesterday?
What did he do?
Got 2 hits. He was hitting 050 something, and had been on an 0 for 38 run.
Ooh.
And then he gets 2 hits in a game.
Yeah, 2 runs batted in. The 11 strikeouts also ties the Astros team high for a game this year.
Myers got the other night.
Yep.
A lot of red on the scorecard.
Alex Presley drove in the tying run in the 4th inning with a single to left. He's 1 for 3. One to Presley. Pence, Lee, and Johnson are due up in the home 6th inning. It's 1-1. Since June 24th last year, Wandy has the 4th lowest ERA among National League starters at 2.72. The only 3 better belong to Roy Halladay, Cole Hamels, and Johnny Cueto. Pop back, out of play. It's 1-2. Presley looks at the curve for ball 2. Now 117 pitches for Rodriguez for the day.
Well, fresh in Wandy's mind is that RBI single that Presley got off of him last time up when he punched the ball between third and short. So I would not be surprised to see him try to get in on the hands of Presley here. That's where they're trying to go.
He ropes one into right field, though, and the Pirates will take a 4-3 lead. Presley hustling into second. Hunter Pence with the throw. Not in time. An RBI double for Presley gives him his 8th run batted in, and the Pirates are up 4-3.
Boy, that's an impressive swing of the bat. I don't know if he was looking in there or not, but he certainly was quick as Wandy tried to get that fastball in. And you can understand what Wandy was thinking. As we talked about, he hit that ball away the last time up. So now they try to come in with a heater, and Presley up to the challenge, and then good hustle, turning it into a double.
Al Pedrique out. The 6, 7, 8 hitters have scored 4 runs for the Pirates in this game. They lead it 4-3. Back in a moment. player and get a chance to be the ultimate Whataburger What a Fan. Come out next Tuesday from 11 a.m. to noon for an autograph session with Chris Johnson and Junction Jack at the Whataburger, listed there, 4831 Wilson Road in Humboldt. While there, you can enter to be the ultimate Whataburger What a Fan with a chance to win 2 sweet tickets for the Astros game on September 24th and Whataburger for a year.
That's sweet SUITE tickets.
Yeah, but it's also SWEET.
Yeah. Sweet.
So CJ will be there on that day. Right here on this day, it's Fernando Rodriguez taking over with a 1-0 record. His ERA is 2.79.
18th time he has trotted out of the Astros bullpen, and most of his trips have been successful ones. Very good number. Strikeout to walk ratio is outstanding. And d'Arnaud, this is interesting because now instead of the lefty, he has to face a hard-throwing right-hander. But he probably is glad of that because Wandy punched him out all 3 times he strolled up there to home plate.
He takes the high heater. There's ball 1 to d'Arnaud. Fernando pitched Friday night in the 4-0 Astros loss. He worked a scoreless inning, giving up a hit to get his ERA down to 2.79.
Fastball, curveball, changeup, and the occasional cut fastball from Fernando. Efrod
throws a strike, and it's 1-1. Walker's on deck. Brings it in for strike 2, and it's 1-2 on d'Arnaud. Pirates 3 years in a row over 500 at the All-Star break in 90, 91, and 92. But this was the first year since then that they have been above 500 at the break. In all 3 of those years, they lost in the League Championship Series. This one kicks away from Corporon, and that gets Presley to third base on a wild pitch.
Reds would have gotten them in 90, and then the Braves in 91 and 2.
Yeah. It's been a good run for the Houston bullpen. 1 earned run allowed in 23 innings for a 0.39 ERA over 9 games. The curveball got him on strikes.
Ooh, that's a tough day. 4 punch-outs.
He can be fitted for a golden sombrero at any Houston Western store tomorrow morning. It is 4-3 Pittsburgh. Freeze cam will show a freeze of one of the important plays from today. And here's a great one. Diving stop by Clint Barnes on McCutcheon in the first inning. Somehow he was able to get up and make that strong throw, nip the speedy McCutcheon. Fabulous play. Now Hunter Pence pops it back. There's strike one as the home sixth inning is underway for Correa. Correa now shooting for win number 12 of the year with a 1-run lead. Hunter Pence provided a run with a single in the first inning. He grounded out in the third. Last Pirate to win at least 12 games in a season was Tom Gorzolani in 07. He went 14-10. And Correa could be a 12-game winner by July 17th. 1-1. Last right-hander to win at least 12 in a season for the Pirates. Kip Wells and Josh Fogg in 02.
Velvet Fog.
1-2. The 11 wins for Correa before the All-Star break were the most by a Pirate since Jim Bibby won 11, 1980 at the All-Star break.
He could deliver the mail.
Oh, big horse. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Carlos Lee's on deck. Chris Johnson due up third here in the 6th inning.
Right center alley would work.
Punches one foul. Yeah, he's shot that gap many times this year. Done a great job of using right center field. 20 doubles.
Not as much lately, but that's when he's at his best, boy. When he's looking to drive the ball the other way, and then turning on the slow stuff.
Jeff Kellogg, a nice guy. Very appreciative guy wearing the Berkman t-shirt. And a wide one goes to a 3-2 count on Hunter Pence.
Well, this is that situation we were talking about earlier with Pence and McCutcheon, both guys capable of driving in runs, but guys who can reach, can create some things with their legs. So nothing wrong with drawing a walk here. Challenging him there with a good fastball. Hunter just a little bit late.
Sure did. He's walked one today.
That's the difference between the 3-2 swing and the 3-1 swing right there. 3-1, you're probably out in front of that one a little bit. 3-2, you're in a little bit more protect mode. Don't want to be fooled by an off-speed pitch.
And he fouls it.
That would have been ball 4. Leadoff walk, scores 38% of the time.
Saw that the other day. Yeah.
Leadoff base hit, scores 38% of the time. Let's talk about the dreaded leadoff walk. The leadoff walk is no worse than the leadoff hit.
Yeah, single.
Yeah, it just feels worse because you didn't make the guy earn it.
Exactly.
Depends on who the hitter is.
In the air, and the second baseman Walker takes a look over to his shortstop. Darno takes care of it, 1 out.
For me, that's a situation that you have to assess based on who the hitter is and where you are in the ball game. There are some leadoff walks that, even though you hate to do it, you'd rather perhaps try to make a pitch on the corner and end up walking a guy than grooving him a fastball.
Carlos Lee is 0 for 2, popped to short, a grounder to short. Chris Johnson on deck. Foul ball, strike 1. Correa's at 87 pitches for the day. It's 0-2.
Whoop. You're hitting your heel.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Carlos. worked his way back to a 2-2 count.
Action now in the Pirate bullpen. It's like a left-hander. They have a pair of lefties, Watson and Beimel.
Beimel just came back from the disabled list. It's Tony Watson warming up. Good foul.
He got away with some fastballs out of the plate up a little bit. He got burned by a couple, but he got away with a few as well. It's one thing that the manager and the pitching coach keep a close eye on. All of a sudden you start to elevate that fastball, and it's one thing if it's intentional, but if you're trying to go down and away and you start to throw the ball up and in, then it's a danger sign. Slipped on that one too. His body language has really slowed things down. It leads me to believe that something's bothering him a little bit.
He's thrown 92 pitches. Back to strikeout lead.
Nasty slider there.
4th strikeout. Chris Johnson has grounded to short and he's walked.
So after making a couple of mistakes with the fastball that Carlos couldn't capitalize on, he comes back with a good slider to finish him off.
CJ was 3 for 3 against Correa when this game began.
Oh, goat head. Goat head in the catcher's mitt.
Yeah, popped right out of there.
Hey, come on now.
Just thinking. Deep thought. It's a time for reflection. 4-3 ball game in the 6th inning. Darno to his left. Takes care of the 3rd out. 8 straight Astros have been set down by Kevin Correa. The Pirates are up 4-3 through 6.
Pirates in the top of the 7th, and it's that time of year again. Time to give away one of these great playhouses out here on the concourse. I'm with Mark Welch with Homemade. And Mark, this is a big fan favorite. You got this great playhouse here. Tell us a little bit about it and what you guys are doing out here.
Sure. This is a Homemade Houston, a charity, supports the homeless in Houston for the 5th year in a row. We've built a playhouse about 8 by 10, being raffled off August 21st. It includes a TV, air conditioning, refrigerator, iPod, MP3 player, just everything you could want in your backyard. Ideal for kids, intended for kids, but it's okay for adults too.
Yeah, in fact, I wish we could show you the inside. It is pretty awesome, very high tech. But fans can come out here and for $5 buy a raffle ticket, and then what happens?
$5 raffle ticket. We're selling right next to Crawford boxes. August 21st, one lucky winner will be drawn, and it will be delivered in their backyard. And from that point forward, it's all fun and games.
Well, tell us a little bit about Homemade, and this is a lot of fun and games for the winner of this, but Homemade is a great organization, and tell us a little bit about it and who benefits.
Homemade is a 501c3 charity affiliated with the Builders Association. For the last 5 years, we've built over $7.5 million worth of facilities and donated them to homeless care providers in Houston, helping to reduce the 12,000 homeless people who are on the streets each night in Houston.
All right, well, it is definitely a great organization, a great cause, a great playhouse. Come on out here. It's just down the third baseline, heading towards the Crawford boxes out in the corner. Check it out. Each and every day and night they give away some autographed balls. They'll be doing that here in the 7th inning. So a lot of fun out here, a lot going on. Come out here for your chance to win and support a great cause, guys.
Thanks, Patty. There is a strike to McCutchen after Walker grounded out. McCutchen's 0 for 2 with a walk. 4-3 Pirates. They out-hit the Astros 8-5. No errors in the game. Foul ball makes it 0-2. Pirates have accomplished very good things with a 48-44 record with a $42 million payroll this year. Milwaukee has an $83 million payroll by comparison. In the air, and Fred Wallace heads out to right field. Hunter Pence is behind him underneath it. 2 outs.
Been able to keep McCutchen down for the most part in this series, certainly in the last 2 days.
Well, McCutchen's hit under 230 against the Astros this season. He's driven in 8 runs. Diaz is 0 for 3.
1 out of 12 in the series, Andrew McCutchen.
Ball 1 from Fernando Rodriguez of Corpus Christi. Very nice acquisition by the Astros over the winter. The strike to even it at 1-1. Fernando just turned 27, June 18th. He's off to a very good start at Oklahoma City with an ERA of 1.5 when he got called up. 2 balls and a strike. Lyle Overbay's on deck. Two and 2 now to Diaz. Pirates head for Cincinnati after this game. Astros will face them here in late August in Houston, and then again in Pittsburgh in early September. Pitch. You can hear that one all the way up here. Like the left elbow area was where Diaz got hit.
93-mile-an-hour heater. Trying to work him in throughout that sequence. So to that end, Fernando was successful.
Overbay doubled and scored in the second, and he has struck out twice since then. That's ball 1. Pitcher spot is due up third in the bottom of the inning. Wallace and Corcoran will be batting ahead of that position. So Fernando tries to keep it at a 1-run deficit.
It's just a pretty big at bat because Overbay's been swinging it well just prior to the break, and now having good at bats in this series. Down a run already. Pirate bullpen is a good one, so he cannot afford to fall further behind.
Oh, that looked pretty good. 2 balls and a strike.
A situation like this is where you really benefit from having 2 left-handers in the bullpen. You could bring one in here to try to neutralize Overbay and still have another one out there. You got to be a little more cautious with how you use that role when you only have the one.
Low chopper. Fernando lobs to Wallace. And it's no runs, no hits, and a man left. Middle of the 7th inning. The fans will join in the singing of God Bless America on this patriotic Sunday. We'll have some soldiers on the field. You stay right here with the score 4-3 Pittsburgh.
The Astros at Budweiser are pleased.
At Minute Maid Park, and Kids Free All Summer, presented by Minute Maid, is available for every home game this summer. For every full-price adult ticket you purchase in the outfield or view deck sections, you get up to 2 free tickets for kids 14 and under. Visit Astros.com for tickets. Bill?
Thanks, Patty. We have changes for the Pirates. Fans have had the 7th inning stretch. Xavier Paul is the right fielder. He's batting in the 9 spot. He'll be due up 3rd in the 8th inning. The pitcher takes over in the number 5 spot with Matt Diaz leaving the game. He's veteran left-hander Joe Beimel facing Brett Wallace, who's 1 for 2. And there's strike 1 with Daniel McCutchen warming up in the bullpen.
Well, Beimel's had a nice long career, returning home to Pittsburgh, where it all started for him. Came to the big leagues initially with Pittsburgh in 2001. Working as both a reliever and a starter the first couple of years of his career, and then settling into a bullpen role. Has been pretty darn good left-handed specialist over the years. This year he's had injury problems, and the numbers are not particularly good.
Wallace taps the foul. 0-2 remaining the count. Correa in 6 innings allowed 5 hits, 3 runs, walking 1, fanning 4. He retired the last 8 men he faced. He's in line for win number 12 of the year. He threw 95 pitches. 62 of the 95 were strikes for Correa. Wallace rips one into right field, and Bradley was hitting 200 against left-handers. Gets a good swing on that one. He's 2 for 3 in this game.
We talked about this last night. Those lefties that come out of the bullpen love to throw the breaking ball to left-handed hitters, but the pitch that stays in the zone a little bit longer. That was a hanging curveball. Good swing by Wallace. Now Bogusevic will run for him.
Bogusevic reading the signs of Dave Clark with Carlos Corporan up. And Corporan is 0 for 2. Strikeout and a pop-up. Angel Sanchez comes out to the on-deck circle with the pitcher spot due up next. And Ariel Del Rosario is warming up for the Astros. Bogusevic pinch ran last night and scored a run after Wallace had reached. Beimel throws to first.
A lot of times the manager from the dugout will call for that throw over to see if the hitter will tip his hand as to whether he's going to bunt or not.
He is bunting, and it's foul. They hit the bat twice.
Yeah, he was kind of late squaring around there in a sacrifice situation. You're not really trying to fool anybody. Go ahead and square around and put it down. Maybe he just feels more comfortable using this approach. So down it goes and right back up again and hits the bat. Clint Hurdle wants to know, you sure you're still in the batter's box? Because if he was out of the batter's box, he's out.
Now the umpires are going to confer. Cooper and Jeff Kellogg.
If it hit the batter out of the box, he's out. And that's, I think, the clarification Hurdle's looking for. Did it hit the batter? Did it hit the batter?
Looked like it hit the bat.
That's what I thought.
A second time, but it didn't look like he was in the field of play. And the umpires are conferring, and now Clint Hurdle will get his explanation. And he's satisfied with it. And a lot of times in that case, a manager just wants some help from the other umpires. He'll gladly accept the call if the other umpires corroborate that. Del Rosario is joined by Wilton Lopez. And it's 0-1 on Corporan. Well, that deliberate move to first base gives the runner time to get back. Might not be his best move.
Gives him time to steal second base too, because if he uses that move, it comes to first, and if you go on first move, it's going to be tough for Overbay to make a play on him.
Good point. And bunting that one, he fouls it, so it's 0-2. Corporan is unable to get the bunt down.
Again, late to get into a bunting position. Some guys do have a hard time if they square early. They feel like they get kind of locked up. can get out of rhythm. But what you see a lot of players do will kind of square their body early and then to bring the bat into a bunting position a little bit later. But his mechanics are almost like he's bunting for a hit, which I'm sure he's not.
Deflected out to second. Walker with a toss, and there's a 4-6-3 double play.
It's a big ouch right there. Boy, Wallace delivers the big base hit off the tough left-hander, and then Carlos not able to get the bunt down. He's almost wishing they kept the bunt on throughout that at bat, even with 2 strikes.
It's ruled a 1-4-6-3 double play on the deflection on Weimel. Now Sanchez is the pinch hitter. 252 for Angel, 1 homer, 24 runs batted in. He's had 202 at bats. As a pinch hitter, he's done very well. 6 for 18, driving in 2. That was the 91st double play the Pirates have turned this year. Fernando Rodriguez went an inning in the 3rd, allowing no hits, no runs, and no walks. He hit a batter and he had a strikeout.
Should be a good time for Matt Downs. He's got more extra base potential than Sanchez.
Line drive left, looping in for a pinch hit for Sanchez. He continues to deliver off the bench.
I really like Sanchez in that situation. Had Corcoran got the bunt down, the base hit drives in the tying run. 2 outs, nobody on. You're looking for extra bases. I mean, you got a base hit, that's fine. But it's going to take a couple base hits or an extra base hit to score him. Angel not a real speedy guy, so he's not likely to try to steal a base to get into scoring position.
Michael Bourne is 1 for 10 against Weimel in his career. 0 for 3 today. Line drive, loops in for a hit to left field. Getting Sanchez to second. That's the 3rd hit of the inning. But the double play ball leans large. Clint Barmas is 1 for 3.
Weimel's never been a real hard thrower, but his stuff does not look sharp at all today. Clint Hurley's going to make a move.
Weimel just back from rehab. Joined the club Friday. Coming out 4-3 Pittsburgh. Clint Hurdle goes to the bullpen again, trying to protect this 1-run lead in the 7th inning. Back in a moment. Game in the 3rd inning. Off the bat of Jeff Keppinger, who drilled this 2-run homer, and it came off Correa as the Astros got their 3 runs in the first 3 innings and took the lead 3-2 on that Keppinger 2-run homer. But ever since then, they've been trying to add to it, and now they're hoping they can do it here with Daniel McCutchen coming in. McCutcheon's been a key ingredient in this Pirate bullpen with a 3-1 record at a 2.27 ERA.
McCutcheon, Veras, and ultimately Hanrahan, the game plan for Clint Hurdle on many nights. The Astros got to Veras last night. He was the losing pitcher. McCutcheon having a solid season. This is his 40th appearance, 3-1 the record.
His 6th appearance against the Astros this season. Clint Barmas has runners at first and second at 2 outs. Barmas singled and scored in the 3rd. He's 1 for 3.
He's going to throw you a fastball 52.7% of the time.
Didn't get it there. He got the slider, and it's strike 1.
There's a 22.3% chance you're going to see the slider.
Okay.
Curveball 1.8% of the time.
You can dismiss that.
And 0.2% with the changeup.
Forget about that.
23% with the splitter.
Ooh. You got to file that away.
Especially for the left-handed hitters.
Absolutely.
A relief pitcher who pitches like a starter. All those different pitches.
28 years old, from McKinney, Texas. Well, Jeff Bagwell was on with us last night. He remembered that McCutcheon went 3 scoreless innings here back on the 15th of June against the Astros. So with those 3 pitches, he can stay in and be effective for a while. Not just a 1-inning guy, but he did pitch an effective inning last night without a hit. Fly ball behind second. Walker out. McCutcheon in, and McCutcheon slides, and that ball is going to fall.
Oh, he caught it.
Oh, unbelievable. McCutcheon got it in center field.
How did he catch that ball?
Well, the Astros would have been able to score the tying run, and then perhaps a much bigger inning follows, but this sliding catch by McCutcheon keeps it at 4-3.
Top of the 8th, and take the Astros with you wherever you go this season. Subscribe to MLB.tv today to see every Astros game live or on demand on your computer and your favorite devices. Visit Astros.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball is everywhere. Bill?
Thanks, Patty. 4-3, thanks to that sparkling play by Andrew McCutcheon in center field, supporting Daniel McCutcheon. Now Brian Bogusevic stays in to play left field after pinch running for Brett Wallace. Carlos Lee is moving to first base from left field. And Ariel Del Rosario is the pitcher. And the 8th inning begins with Brandon Wood batting. And Ariel 0-2, his ERA 4.39. That ball in the air goes foul. Strike 1 to Wood, who scored 2 runs in this game.
And Del Rosario fastball, slider, occasional changeup, sinker, baller. Gets a lot of outs on the ground. That's his game.
It's in tight. The appeal goes to first. It's a swing.
It's been a roller coaster year for Del Rosario, as it has been for many of the Astros bullpenners. Stretches of really good work, and then he's run into some rough patches.
1-2.
And I guess that's the definition of an all-star, right? We just got done talking about how the Astros have kept McCutchen down at the plate in this series, but he makes perhaps a game-saving catch in center field.
Yes. Impact play. Wood strikes out. 24,580 that paid attendance on this Sunday. It's the 13th strikeout for the Astros pitching staff today. Tops for the Astros this year, 14 strikeouts in a game. And that was Friday night against Pittsburgh. Eric Fryer's been on twice, and this time backs one into center field. He's on for the third time. Another single for Fryer. Very productive day for the rookie catcher, number 8 hitter. Al Padrique's coming out. Xavier Paul's due up next. Sergio Escalona, the Astros lefty, is warming up. Escalona got the win last night, and he also pitched Friday night. And he's coming in to make it 3 for 3 in this series. Del Rosario leaving after 1/3 of an inning, leaving a man on base with a score. Pittsburgh 4, Houston 3. Back in a moment. Inning, lefty Sergio Escalona comes in with a runner at first and 1 out, and the Pirates up, and he's pitching in the 3rd game of this 3-game series with a 2-1 record. He got win number 2 last night. His ERA is 2.60.
Very sharp last night. 1 scoreless inning with a couple of punch outs.
Xavier Paul, the first man up. 262, 1 homer, 12 runs batted in. Jose Veras is warming up for Pittsburgh. Paul takes a look at it. It's ball 1. He was 0 for 1 in last night's game, hitting an 8th inning at bat, striking out against this left-hander Escalona. He caught him looking. That's a strike, and it's 1-1.
Now 8-8 Nationals and Braves.
Oh,
top of the 9th in Atlanta. Espinosa hit his 17th. McLeod number 4 for Atlanta. Brian McCann went deep for the 16th time.
What a year for Espinosa.
Likely rookie of the year.
Strike makes it 1-2.
Hasn't been a second baseman to win that award in the National League since Steve Sachs.
Ooh.
Which was what, 1980, something like that?
Sounds about right, yeah. 80 or 81.
Yeah, that run of 4 that they had, that first run of 4, I think. Because they did it again with Karros and Piazza in that group.
See, Steve Howe was in that first run, right? Foul back, still 1-2. Cincinnati beats St. Louis 3-1. Homer Bailey winning that one to go 4-4. Beat Jaime Garcia. Coco Cordero got his 18th save. So the Reds took 2 out of 3 in that series. That leaves the Cardinals with a record of 50-45 right now. Pirates could be 49-44 if they win this one. Fly ball, right center field. Hunter Pence coming a long way. Michael Bourne is there. 2 outs.
Brewers and the Rockies are tied 1-1. They play in the 5th in Colorado. Brewers won a wild one there last night. Ryan Braun dealing with some leg issues, calf and now hamstring.
Yeah, he came out of that game last night. Presley's had a big game with RBIs in the 4th and 6th innings, on a single in the 4th and a double in the 6th. 2 for 4.
And both those RBIs coming with 2 outs.
Runner takes off. Here's the throw from Corcoran. Tagged by Barmas. He got it. And Fryer is thrown out, and it's a 2-6 caught stealing on Fryer to end the 8th inning. It's 4-3 Pirates in the 8th.
Astros, bottom of the 8th upcoming. The man who lost it for the Pirates last night, Jose Veras, has entered the game. Also, Mike McHenry in a double switch comes in to do the catching. And the Astros with 6 outs to play with will have to get done against this man or Joel Hanrahan, their all-star closer. Veras, for the most part, has been very good last year. Was not particularly sharp last night. But he's been a busy man. 47th time now he's trotted out there. He's 2-3, 3.02 ERA. Good strikeout numbers. Control can be a problem time to time with Jose. Fastball is a good one. Has a good curveball. Also a split finger pitch. Better than a steak at the Ritz. With the underhanded method. Little catch-up control work.
Works for him. Jeff Keppinger is 2 for 3. A double and a 2-run homer. He'll be followed by Pence and Lee as the Astros have a shot here in the 8th inning, down by 1 at doing what they did last night. Last night they trailed 4-3 going to the bottom of the 8th. They scored 3 and then won it 6-4. Veras delivers, and he delivers ball 1. And it was Veras who was in the game in that 8th inning. The way it unfolded, he walked Hunter Pence to lead off, and then the Wallace ground ball got a run home to tie it, and Quintero knocked in another, and Veras left the game. He's 2-0. Keppinger.
The way Keppinger's been swinging the bat this weekend, it makes sense to be cautious with him, but Veras probably realizes the fact that a leadoff walk scores 38% of the time. Last night it scored 100% of the time.
Strike on the edge makes it 2-1 to Keppinger. Keppinger's walked 4 times. Joel Hanrahan, the closer, is warming up for Pittsburgh. Up the middle and into center field. 3rd hit of the game for Keppinger. He needs a triple for the cycle.
Leadoff hit scores 38% of the time, too.
Hunter Pence drove in a run in the 1st with a single. He's 1 for 3.
Personnel are different. You might bunt here, but you're not going to take the bat out of Hunter Pence's hands. You're going to let him swing. Starting with a curveball. Don't hang it. Could be trouble if you hang it.
Ball 1. Last night was the 5th time the Astros have won this season when they've trailed after 7 innings. McHenry out to talk it over.
Good chance of double ties this ball game, so the Pirates outfielders are playing a little deep, playing no doubles out there.
Joe Beimel in 2/3 of an inning allowed 3 hits, no runs. He had no walks, no strikeouts. Daniel McCutchen retired the only man he faced, Barmas. Now it's Mark Melanson and David Carpenter warming up for Houston. Fastball away makes it 2-0 to Hunter.
He's asking for trouble, working behind in the count here.
Last night Veras got his 4th blown save and his 3rd loss. He got his save here at Houston on June 16th. Fly ball right field. Call back. Feeling for the wall. And with the catch on the warning track. 1 out. Carlos Lee is 0 for 3.
Dangerous way to make a living as a late inning reliever. Fall behind a dangerous hitter 2-0 and have to come in, and Veras got away with it just barely. Hunter driving that ball to right field, didn't quite catch enough of it.
Last night Lee grounded back to Veras. Line drive to left. Presley, 2 outs.
Not really fooling people, is he?
No, he is not. Pretty solid contact.
Keppinger not a base stealing threat, so have to get a couple of more hits or an extra base hit to tie this ball game.
Chris Johnson's 0 for 2 with a walk. Bogusevic on deck.
I don't think Hurdle's not comfortable with the swings the Astros have been getting against Veras, so he's going to go to his closer right here.
And it'll be a 4-out save opportunity for Joel Hanrahan. 4-3 Pittsburgh. Back in a moment. Is perfect in save situations this season. 26 for 26. He has a 1.34 ERA, and he's 0-1.
Yeah, the save can really be a misleading or a cheap statistic. We've seen guys pile up big save years without being particularly good. But that is not the case with Hanrahan. He's been dominant. Perfect in his save chances with a 1.34 ERA. 35 strikeouts, just 8 walks in 40 1/3 innings. And he's only allowed the 1 home run. So outstanding work. Despite the somewhat suspect facial hair, the pitching has been dominant from Hanrahan.
Hanrahan came from Washington in a trade in July of 2009, along with Lastings Milledge, Niger Morgan, and Sean Burnett. They face Chris Johnson, who's 0 for 2 with a walk. Hanrahan has 4 of his 26 saves against the Astros this year.
At 93, but routinely you see him in the upper 90s with the fastball, power slider.
He worked a third of an inning in the Tuesday All-Star game. Missing there. He falls behind 2-0. It's a club record 28 straight saves for Hanrahan.
He's trying to sink the ball to the outside corner, trying to stay away from Johnson's power, realizing that if he makes a mistake in the middle, and CJ's hit a bunch of home runs this year, but he's capable. Yanking one into the Crawford boxes, and all of a sudden the Astros would have the lead. 2-0, he had to come in. CJ probably should have taken a whack at that one. That's the whole game plan against a guy like Hanrahan. Get into a favorable count. We can coax him over the fat part of the plate and get after it.
2-2. Hanrahan's tied for 3rd in the league in saves. Club record 26 saves prior to the All-Star break for the Pirates. It was 28 straight going back to last year, the longest active streak in the majors.
They talk about the psyche of a closer. To give you a peek into the mind of Hanrahan in Pittsburgh, in between innings, like they do in all ballparks, they do those little bits on the scoreboard, and they did an interview with the different Pirate players, and the question was, would you rather be on a deserted island by yourself or with someone you don't like? And Hanrahan said the latter, because then he could eat that person.
Runner going, and it's a fly ball hit into the right center field gap. And Keppinger's going to be able to score the tying run to make it 4-4 on an RBI double by Johnson.
Boy, good swings this entire inning by the Astros, but none bigger than that one by CJ. And his playing time has been cut into recently, but he delivers a big RBI double here. Pulled the hands in and just rifled that ball into the right center alley.
Well, that ends the streak of saves for Hanrahan at 28. 19th double for Johnson. Now Bogusevic. Bogusevic had a hit last year to drive in a run off Hanrahan in Pittsburgh. A pinch RBI double. Strike one. And came into pinch run for Wallace. 206, 1 RBI from Brian. He's had 34 at bats with 7 hits.
I might as well go ahead and drive this one in too. Get a little greedy.
It pops away from McHenry, and that gives Johnson a chance to take 3rd. A little wild pitch. Carlos Corporan is on deck. Pirates have the top 3 hitters in their lineup due up in the 9th. 2-1.
Hanrahan went behind in the count. He's going to come with that fastball about 90% of the time. So I think if you're Bogey, you just sit dead red right here.
Good cut. Yeah. Foul tip for strike 2.
His fastball had a pretty good swing.
Jose Veras in 2/3 of an inning allowed 1 hit, 1 run with no walks, no strikeouts. Ball 3 and it's a full count.
Mark Melanson will come in to pitch the 9th.
Strike 3 to end the Astros 8th inning. They tied with a run on 2 hits. They strand a runner at 3rd, and it's 4-4 going to the 9th.
Brought to you by Hyundai. People are talking about Hyundai uncensored. See what they're saying at Hyundai.com. We're all even as play goes to the top of the 9th. Bill Brown and Jim DeShays upstairs in the booth.
And in left field, Greg, is Jason Michaels. He's batting 9th. He would be due up 2nd in the bottom of the 9th inning. Mark Melanson has also joined the team on the field with a 5-2 record, a 3.00 ERA.
How about that? Save opportunities have been so few and far between for Melanson, and here he is in back-to-back games with a chance to pick up a save. Got the job done last night, and now an opportunity here this afternoon. He's got the top of the order to contend with for the Pirates.
That'll be Presley, d'Arnaud, and Walker. Escalona in 1/3 of an inning, no hits, no runs, with no walks, no strikeouts. Del Rosario 1/3 of an inning, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, and a strikeout. And here's the golden sombrero.
And d'Arnaud, the shortstop, will follow Presley. He just had a rough day.
You know, as he's on deck, he's anxious to get in there and do something positive. Presley leads it off. Presley has driven in a couple. He's 2 for 4.
I suspect somewhere down there in that part dugout, Garrett Jones has got a bat in his hands.
Yeah. Walker's due up 3rd.
Spewing save stuff. It's not a save chance. It's a tie ball game.
Yeah, he could be a winning pitcher.
Yeah. I'm so excited about that run.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's been kind of a nice homestand so far with 8th inning runs 2 days in a row. Taking the lead last night and tying the game here. Melanson had an efficient 9th inning last night to get his 7th save. And usually a manager will bring in a closer at home in a tie game going to the 9th inning.
There will be no save situation for the Astros this afternoon.
So that's why you use your closer now. The 8-9-1 spot's due up for the Astros in the bottom half, and Presley strikes out. We were talking earlier about Melanson. There's his strikeout. He didn't get one last night. It's 35 and 42 in the third innings. That's a pretty good pace.
Mm-hmm. He's got plus stuff. He's got a good heater. A swing and miss curveball. It could be a difficult pitch for him to control sometimes, that curveball. He's got a nice cut fastball, too.
Now Darno, he makes contact this time. It grounds to short. Barmas guns him down. 2 outs. And it's Neil Walker coming up. Walker's 2 for 4.
He's going to hack at the first pitch anywhere near the strike zone. He did not want to get into a 2-strike situation after punching out 4 times.
Melanson last year had 22 strikeouts and 21 major league innings.
Dangerous guy here, boy. The way he's been swinging it.
Very much so. He's had a big series. An extremely confident hitter right now. He looks at ball 1. 4 hits last night for Walker, 2 more today. He had 1 hit Friday night, drove in a run. It's been a nice weekend for Neil.
8 of his 9 home runs have come as a left-handed hitter. Oh, good change up there from Melanson.
1 ball, 1 strike. Crowds him a little bit, and it's 2-1. McCutcheon on deck. For the Pirates, McHenry, the catcher's in the number 5 spot in the order. The pitcher's in the 8 spot for them. The Astros have the pitcher in the 7 spot in the lineup. 3-1 to Kemp.
Interesting pitch coming here. You don't want to give in to Walker the way he's been swinging it. I hate to put anybody on base in a tie game in the 9th, but I think the thinking has to be to just try to hit a corner, throw it down around the knees, outside edge.
3-2. Atlanta got a run in the bottom of the 9th and beat Washington 9-8.
Relief pitcher, you know those WWJD, those bracelets. What would Jesus do? I think relief pitchers would WWED. What would Eck do?
Throw a backdoor slider.
Yeah, I just try to paint that corner with the backdoor slider.
Fouled away again.
Good soft stuff early. Has caught him a little bit with the fastball. You see Walker behind that heater. Didn't want to sell out and guess fastball.
In that Atlanta 9-8 win over Washington, apparently the Braves did the same thing the Astros are doing here. Brought in Craig Kimbrell in the 9th because he was the winning pitcher. In the air to right field, backing up Hunter Pence, turning, and just short of the track. It's out number 3. Bottom of the 9th inning ahead. For the Astros, it's Corcoran, Michaels, and Bourne due up. bring the pinch hitter Matt Downs to the plate to lead it off against the Pirate closer Joel Hanrahan. Downs will be hitting for Carlos Corporan, who was 0 for 3. He'll be taking off for Alabama on maternity leave after this game and miss the next 3 probably. And let's see if he can give himself a little send off here.
Yeah, go deep and then go have a baby. That'd be a pretty good week right there.
Yeah, it would. Matt, a .255 hitter, has 6 homers, 22 runs batted in. As a pinch hitter, very good results. 7 for 19, 2 homers, 8 driven in.
He'll be looking for a heater from Hanrahan. No guarantee you're going to get one. In all likelihood, you might see a first pitch slider. Take him deep, win the game, go have a baby, and name the baby Hanrahan.
Fouls it back, strike 1.
Hanrahan Downs. A nice ring to it.
Yeah. Jason Michaels is on deck with Michael Bourne due up 3rd in the bottom of the 9th.
Mm.
1-2. The Astros have not had a walk-off homer this year. One ball, 2 strikes. Roberto Quintero is the remaining player available on the bench.
Downs hitting for Corporan. Obviously, Q will come in to do the catching. Well, Pedrique is using them all.
Yep. And a strikeout of Downs opens the home 9th inning for Hanrahan.
You're in a tie game. You're in your own ballpark in the bottom of the 9th. If ever there was a time to go for it, it's now.
True. Really broke that one off. Second strikeout for Hanrahan. Now it's Jason Michaels batting. Coming up for the first time in this game, hitting .212. 2 homers, 8 runs batted in for J. Mike. This will be his 100th at bat. Puts it in the air, and second baseman Walker goes out.
And there would be plenty of people who would offer a different opinion on that last point I made. And they would say, no, you're in a tie game. It's not as urgent a situation as if you were down a run, so it might make sense to save a bat on the bench. That situation comes up in extra innings where your pitcher's coming up to hit. You got a chance to drive in a run. Obviously, there's nobody left to pinch hit.
Michael Bourne's 1 for 4. Looks at ball 1.
31 and 63. I don't think it matters much. I think Hanrahan has that little beard there in honor of Matt Clement.
Probably.
Probably was a big Matt Clement fan growing up.
Yeah.
The old rail splitter.
That's right. Maybe in honor of Abe Lincoln himself. Foul back, and it's 2-1 to Michael Bourne. And Barmas on deck. The Astros have 11 last at bat wins.
It's a nasty pitch.
Might as well take it. It's 3-1. Corner infielders in very close.
Go ahead, Michael. Cheat on one. Leave.
Bounces it. Hanrahan goes up, snags it, and it's extra innings at Minute Maid Park today. The score 4-4 after 9.
by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Going to the 10th. Hudson will lead things off. He'll face Melanson, and back up top, Browning and J.D.
Extra frames at Minute Maid Park today. The Astros are 1-3 in extra inning games this year. The Pirates are 3-3. Mark Melanson did not need very many pitches in a 1-2-3 ninth inning. He comes back out for the 10th. Astros fans hoping McCutchen will do what he has done 3 times previously in this game, make outs. He did draw a walk in the 5th inning. And Melanson had that very nice 9th inning, so they hope he can plow right through the Buccos. Barmas, Keppinger, and Pence do up in the bottom half.
McCutchen's made the biggest defensive play in this game. Catching that blooper in shallow center, saving at least 1 run.
This one goes to center. Michael Bourne in and down with the catch. He was able to get his glove there as the ball sank. He got his body low for out number 1.
Yeah, I'm going to be surprised to find out that ball was knuckling a little bit. Hit pretty hard down towards the end of the bat and then sinking on Bourne. Nice job, boy, keeping a very speedy man off base.
Tremendous body control from Michael. He kept that glove out in front.
Much easier to dive to the left or the right than straight in.
Michael McHenry is the batter, up for the first time in this game.
So a lot easier to make a read on a ball when it's hit to your left or right.
True. Yeah, a lot of center fielders don't make the play he just made. McHenry's had a good series. He's hitting .263 for the season for 76 at bats. And taking that one for strike 1. Lyle Overbay will be next. Henry swings at that one and falls behind 0-2.
There's that cutter I was talking about. 93 miles an hour. Just a little late movement.
Henry had 3 hits last night.
Such a big part of pitching is to be able to move the ball from out of the strike zone into the strike zone and from in the strike zone off the plate.
Foul tip, strikeout. Strikeout number 2 for Melanson.
Stayed with it, made another outstanding pitch.
Pirates have 2 relievers warming up, Chris LaRue and Chris Resop. Lyle Overbay doubled in the 2nd, came around to score on a 2-run double by the starting pitcher Correa. He is 1 for 4. Flicks that one foul for strike 1. Melanson tries to make it 6 straight with hopes that Barmas, Keppinger, and Pence can go to work and win it in the bottom of the 10th inning.
Well, the World Cup has gone final. Japan beat the U.S. in penalty kicks.
Oh. U.S. had a 1-0 lead at one point.
And a 2-1 lead, too, in overtime. And Japan tied it up with time running out both times. A drama there. A lot of big sports day across the pond. The
big sports day.
British Open. Darren Clark winning that.
He won a whole lot of money.
He sure did.
Not only from the tournament, but also one of his main sponsors kicked in a bundle. 2 balls and a strike. Checking the box score, JD, from Washington, Atlanta. Washington starter Tom Gorslani came out after 2 innings, so David Johnson had to use his bullpen quite a bit today. Rodriguez, Burnett, Clippard, and Matthews. Ground ball, Keppinger over the lead. That's 6 straight for Melanson now. Can the Astros put him in the winner's circle? With Barnes, Barmas, Keppinger, and Pence due up in the bottom of the 10th. Bottom of the 10th inning coming up. Barmes, Keppinger, and Pence due up. And pitcher number 6 is in the game for the Pirates. Also Garrett Jones entering the game at first base. So he's their remaining left-handed bench player. And they have a couple of other right-handed hitters should they choose to use them. Chris LaRue has an ERA of 0 for 4 major league appearances this year.
I pitched 5 times in relief for their AA club in Altoona, and then 24 times for AAA Indianapolis. I had good numbers at both those stops. Tall righty from Montreal, Canada, 6'8", 6'7", something like that. 27 years of age.
Clint Barmes singled and scored in the 3rd inning. He's 1 for 4. Fouls that one, strike one. As JD mentioned, the play Andrew McCutchen made on him in the 7th with a couple of men on base has really provided a difference in this game, as his fly ball was caught. A sliding catch by McCutchen. The Astros at the time trailed 4-3. They later tied it in the 8th. That's a strike call. It's 0-2. Hanrahan went an inning in the 3rd. He allowed 1 hit, no runs, had no walks, and struck out 2.
Strike called for LaRue, but a dangerous pitch. You throw that slider and it hovers on the inside part of the plate. That's a home run pitch. The hitter's not leaning out, looking away. Let's get on there for Keppinger, the way he's been swinging it.
Absolutely. Keppinger has 3 hits today. He's on deck. Pirate bullpen has been among the best in the National League with a 3.19 ERA this season. 1-2.
Greg's down there right now taking notes. What questions am I going to ask Keppinger in the post-game interview when he drives in Barmes?
How'd you do it? Were you tired?
Well, they won't drive in Barmes in the 10th. There's
drop himself in.
Yeah. Strikeout for LaRue. That's number 7 for Pirate pitching. And Keppinger with a double in the 1st, a 2-run homer in the 3rd, a single in the 8th, has scored 3 runs today. Of the Astros 4. Hunter Pence on deck. LaRue worked 2/3 of an inning in last night's game and gave up a hit to Michael Bourne, an RBI single in the 8th. Strike to Keppinger. Minnesota beat Kansas City 4-3.
Career home run 596 for Jim Thome in that ball game.
Oh, that's good fun. Felipe Paulino was the loser. He goes to 1-7. Joe Nathan has reclaimed his closer's role, and he got save number 5.
Yeah, Matt Capps was really struggling. He's hanging in there, and that's a division where, you know, Twins, although they're 6 or 7 back, 6 back entering play today, you're overly concerned that Cleveland or Detroit's going to run away and hide on it.
Back to left field, headed for the wall, but Presley on the run gets there. 2 outs.
Man, he's been hitting the ball hard every time he goes up to the plate.
Could have been his 4th hit. Right there in front of the wall, Presley gets to it. Hunter Pence, 1 for 4. RBI single in the 1st inning. A deep drive to right field in the 8th inning with Keppinger on. Carlos Lee's on deck. Cleveland lost at Baltimore 8-3, so the Twins picked up a game on the Tribe, and now they're just 5 back, despite the fact that they're 5 under 500. Strike on the heater to Pence. Last walk-off homer against Milwaukee in 08.
By golly, he's due.
It's 0-2.
Well, he was looking to pull there. He pulled off that ball. Last time up, he hit that deep drive to right field. Got that front shoulder in there. It was a fastball from Hanrahan. Hit it pretty well. Or Veras, I think, was the pitcher at the time.
Yeah.
2-0 heater.
That's right. Ripped on a line to left field. Presley fields it cleanly. Pence with a single, his second hit of the game. He's aboard for Carlos League.
Yeah, there again, that's that inner half breaking ball where you're asking for trouble, especially to a right-handed hitter in this ballpark. Hunter didn't elevate that ball, but he hit it hard. And he wasn't trying to leave this ball inside. He's trying to go away, and it just cement mixers on him and backs up a little bit.
Lee is 0 for 4. Ball 1 to him with Chris Johnson on deck.
Go ahead, Hunter. Big righty on the hill. Get that bag.
Looping liner, Walker with the catch, and that's the 10th inning with no runs a hit and a runner stranded. Moving to the 11th, it's tied 4-4.
Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
They make pretty good jerky, Greg.
Yeah, they do. Eat it with every extra inning Astro game.
Brendan Wood leads it off in the 11th. Gets a breaking pitch from Mark Melanson. There's strike one. On the 21st pitch for Melanson, he's entering his third inning of work. Wood has scored 2 runs. He has a walk and a double today. Garrett Jones is on deck, then Xavier Paul.
You got to be careful with Wood. He's dangerous. He only got 5 home runs, but he doesn't have a ton of at bats. This game might have to go to penalty kicks here.
It might. Line drive deep. Hunter Pence back and right at the wall. That kicks off the padding. He throws, but it's going to be a double for Wood, leading off the 11th inning. Second double of the day, number 6 of the season for Wood.
Yeah, he's strong, boy. When he makes contact, the ball really jumps off his bat. Fastball outer third, but up a little bit. That makes it a little bit easier to get to. There wasn't enough air under it for Hunter to get a real good sense of where he was in relationship to the wall. And what turns it into a leadoff double. Josh Harrison's going to come out and run for him.
That means Pedro Siriaco is the only remaining bench player for Clint Hurdle. As Harrison takes over. Harrison probably stays in to play third. Almost by necessity he does, unless they want to use Siriaco for that. And it's Garrett Jones coming up.
Well, Harrison's a natural third baseman, so it's the play.
Wood out of the game, but he got something started here with hit number 10 for the Pirates. Now Jones, a .240 hitter with 9 homers, 34 runs batted in. First time up for him today. Fly ball out to left center field. Harrison's tagging, but he'll just force a throw and hold. 1 out.
Jones looking to pull there, and the ball was running away from him and is trying to pull it. The result you quite often see, a little lazy fly ball the other way.
Xavier Paul hit a fly ball to center in the 8th inning, his first time up. Texas Rangers are shooting for their 11th straight win. They lead at Seattle 3-0 in the middle of the 6th inning with Matt Harrison on the mound.
Seattle just can't score.
Hard to win when you can't score.
They went 30 innings without scoring until finally breaking through. And now being shut out again today.
Little dribbler. Melanson over. Can't field it. Lee can't pick it up. Safe at first. A very slowly hit ball, and Xavier Paul is able to get to first base with Harrison advancing to third.
Oh, everything about that play was ugly. Ugly swing. Had no business swinging at that pitch. Almost hit him. And then Melanson not able to field it. Carlos tries to come to his rescue. He can't get anything done. That would have been an awfully tough play to make. And more importantly, Harrison moves over to third base now with just 1 out. Now Padrique wants to talk about how they're going to defend things out there in the infield. Presley, left-handed hitter with speed, tough man to double up.
It's ruled an error on Melanson.
And that's been the formula today for the Pirates, to get the guys on at the bottom of the order, and then Presley coming up with the big hit. This ball is right. It's going to hit him in the shoulder. Oh, that hit his leg.
Yeah,
didn't it?
That hit his leg.
Or did it go between his legs?
Looked like it hit his leg. But he started running, so maybe not. Pulled it off.
That's
pretty
incredible.
Well. It did, yeah.
If that ball hit between his legs and then went fair.
Infielders come in as Presley bats. Presley's driven in 2 big runs in this game. In the 4th inning, he tied it with a single. In the 6th inning, he gave the Pirates a 4-3 lead.
Clevenger and Barmes are in, but not all the way in. They still have a chance to turn a double play, depending on the nature of the ground ball. Let's take one more look. Yeah, this is really peculiar.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
Around his right leg. How does that happen? Well, with a swing.
Yeah, because of the funky spin on it. Straight down with top spin and then kicked back out into play.
That is weird. This one gets by Quintero, and Harrison comes home to give the Pirates the lead, 5-4. Paul advancing to second. Pass ball.
Dangerous proposition for a base runner there because the backstop is so close. You're always worried about that hard carom back to the catcher and you get hung out. But Harrison went for it, and then the ball kicked high up off the backstop. No chance to make a play. Q is not really moving his feet. I'm not sure where he was or what where he wanted that pitch, had to reach across his body.
It's his second pass ball. Back to Presley.
Astros last night winning that ball game took advantage of some miscues by the Pirates, including a pass ball when Carlos Lee scored the Astros' first run of the game. And a little sloppy play from Pittsburgh in that deciding 8th inning. And then the Astros returned the favor. E1 pass ball. Pirates have the lead.
Pulled into right field. And Paul's coming to the plate. Hunter Pence with a throw offline. And into second base after the RBI single. Presley. 6-4 Pirates.
Oh, has he been clutch today? 3 RBI base hits for Presley. 2 coming with 2 outs, and now this one coming in the top half of the 11th. It took a weird angle turning third base here. I wouldn't be surprised if the Astros appealed this play. Yeah, I think they're going to appeal it at third.
Yeah, Chris Johnson's coming over to talk it over with Melanson. They'll have to put the ball in play first. And throw it over to third base on the appeal.
There's no way he's going to miss the call because he was right on it. Looked like he got the corner.
And when timeout has been called, the ball has to be put back in play again. So Melanson's in the process of doing that. Now Al Padrique's coming out.
I don't think they are going to appeal. I think they're just going to make a pitching change.
Yeah. Yeah, they were just buying time.
I think CJ was in to talk. Yeah, just get Wilton ready. It's got to be Wilton, right?
Yeah, 29 pitches for Melanson so far, and he's coming out now. Pitcher spot is due up second in the bottom of the inning.
Nope, it's Anrod.
It's going to be Anrod coming in with a score 6-4 Pittsburgh. Back in a moment. With 2 runs having scored and a runner at second base, and it's an AT HOU Rodriguez. He's 0-4 with a 5.25 ERA. Coming in, he's pitcher number 6.
Scoreless baseball in 8 of his 11 relief appearances. He spent some time in the rotation, of course. You look at the entire body of work for 2011 for the young right-hander.
Facing Chase Darno. Darno has struck out 4 times and grounded out in this game. 0 for 5. Ground ball to third. Chris Johnson takes care of out number 2.
Darno up there hacking early again.
Neil Walker got hits in the first and third innings. He's 2 for 5. The Astros will have Chris Johnson leading off the bottom of the 11 in the pitcher's spot, and Quintero. They'll have to use a pitcher to hit.
And that goes back to what we were talking about there when they hit for Corcoran and necessitated bringing Q into the game. He ran out of bullets.
Time called. And you think about starting pitchers who might be able to pinch hit if you're in Al Pedrique's shoes. Jay Happ, 250 hitter. He'd be one thought.
Yeah, and if you're down 1, you wouldn't feel so bad. You think, well, we get a man out, we can bunt him over with the pitcher.
True.
You're down 2, so the sacrifice really isn't a wise play. Down 2 and maybe more. We got to get out of this yet.
Walker moves back from ball 1, down and in. Each club has 11 hits. The Pirates have stranded 8. The Astros have left 7. Milwaukee leads at Colorado. It's 4-2 in the bottom of the 7th inning now. Jason Giambi hit his 10th home run for the Rockies. It's 2 balls, no strikes. It could be quite a bit of rust on Rodriguez. His last outing was a week ago yesterday in Florida. In 8 of his last 11 appearances, he's pitched scoreless ball. Here's the intentional walk now to Walker, and choosing to work to McCutchen instead. The Astros will have runners at first and second and 2 outs when they do. McCutchen is 0 for 4 with a walk. Michael Bourne made a very good catch on his liner in the 10th inning.
Took your poison in this situation and took a couple shots at Walker. Once they fell behind him, they decided to put him on and get the right on right matchup. Walker been having the best at bats of anybody in this series on either side, save perhaps Keppinger.
Little dribbler. Rodriguez hurries, bare hands, throws high. Collision at first as McCutchen and Lee collide, and a run scores, and now the ball is thrown in by Hunter Pence. It's 7-4, but Lee is down. And McCutchen is up, but he looks like he's hurting a little bit.
Wow. Wow, what a violent collision at first base. Carlos airborne to try to save that one. He took a big hit. McCutchen went down awkwardly.
Yeah, Carlos was in that vulnerable position up in the air. A speedy runner plowing into him at that time.
Rivers makes a heck of a play on the ball. He wants to hurry his throw. See McCutchen bracing for the hit. And sometimes you're better off being airborne, because sometimes if you have a leg anchored and then take the hit, that's when you blow out the knee.
Yeah. McCutchen took evasive action, but couldn't avoid Carlos.
Landed in a pretty good position. I think just got the air knocked out of him. Maybe would be bruised up a little bit, but other than that, it looks like he's going to be okay. Thankfully, boy, that was scary when it first happened.
Yeah. Assistant athletic trainer Rex Jones making sure that Carlos is all right. Otherwise, a pitcher has to come out and play a position. Yeah. He's staying in. So it's 7-4 Pittsburgh, and McCutchen's on at first.
McCutchen timed that hit perfectly. There's no pass interference. He broke it up without pass interference.
McCutchen reaching. There was an error on the play. Rodriguez
straight
throw.
error or single and an error?
We're going to wait and see. No, straight error.
Wow.
Thought it might be one of each. McHenry's the batter. Fouls it back. They strike one.
Yeah, I think that's a hit. In my mind, that's a hit and an error, because it's kind of like a third baseman on a slow roller when he has to charge and throw. It's one of those do or die plays.
Yeah, you know, he had to go a fair amount of distance and then bare hand the ball and make a perfect throw to get him. Foul back. So whether you dispute the scoring or not, it's been a rough inning for the Astros with a couple of errors and a pass ball. And that crazy ball hit by Paul, it seemed to go around his right leg and wind up a fair ball. Upstairs for a ball. 1-2.
Well, a lot of folks have left, but there's a few hanging in there, hoping to see a big rally by the Astros in the bottom of the 11th.
Johnson, Rodriguez, and Quintero are due up, and then Michaels would bat if they get something going. He's in the 9 spot. Slider gets a strikeout, and that ends it. But in the 11th inning, the Pirates break the tie, coming up with 3 runs on 3 hits with 2 errors, and it's now 7-4. Has grabbed the upper hand now with a crazy top of the 11th inning, leading by 3. And Chris LaRue can be the winner for the first time as a major league pitcher. Meanwhile, Chris Riesapp is in the game right now, is going for his first major league save, so it could be quite a day of firsts for the Buccos. The Astros hope it's not. Josh Harrison in the game at third base, as it's Johnson, and then we'll see who bats in the pitcher spot. Looks like Jay Happ out in the on deck circle. And then Quintero's due up third in the inning. As we look at Riesapp, 3-2, and he's allowed 3 home runs with a 3.27 ERA.
Big strikeout numbers, 51 strikeouts in 41 in the third. He does it with a good heater. Sits at about 93 miles an hour. Curveball and a changeup. Johnson had a big knock in the 8th inning to knot this one up. The Astros could not take the lead, and now they find themselves in a bit of a bind here, down 3 with 3 outs to play with.
Chris 1 for 3 today with a walk, and there's strike 1 for Riesapp. He's pitcher number 7. Chris LaRue worked an inning, giving up a hit and no runs, and he struck out 1. That's in the air toward the right field line, but out of play. Mark Melanson went 2 1/3 innings. He allowed 2 hits and 3 runs, one of them earned with no walks, 2 strikeouts. There were 2 hits in the top of the 11th, not 3 as I mentioned. That's a ball to CJ, and the count's 1-2. Jay Happ on deck. He'll be the first Houston pitcher to pinch hit since Wandy Rodriguez last August 24th against the Pirates. Rolled over foul. It's still a 1-2 count. Ten men left on base for the Buccos. But nonetheless, if they go to Cincinnati with a win today, they will feel very good about taking 2 of 3 in Houston. Ground ball up the middle, knocked back behind the mound, and here's the scramble and the throw to first by Rysop.
You gotta be kidding me.
Pretty quick recovery.
It sure was. Usually you see a ball deflected off a pitcher like that. It's a middle infielder that comes in and finishes the play if there's one to be had. Tremendous athletic play by Rysop.
Now Jay Happ is the pinch hitter for Rodriguez.
Just great presence of mind to stay with the play.
Ball 1 to Happ. Jay's hit .250 with 7 hits and 28 at bats. Has a homer and he's driven in 4. It's 1-1. Normally speaking, an at bat like this for starting pitchers, fun. But with this club down by 2 in extra innings, or 3 rather,
it's still fun.
Okay. 1-2.
Because now he's got bragging rights. No matter what the numbers are and anything else, he's the guy they asked to hit. You call all the other starters.
Jay will be pitching Tuesday night against Washington at 7:05. There's a strikeout, 2 outs. And Humberto Quintero will bat. He started the first 2 games at catcher in this series. Now coming off the bench today, hitting .240 with no homers, 10 runs batted in. Jason Michaels is on deck. Quintero had 2 hits and an RBI last night. Drove in a big run in the 8th inning. Give the Astros the lead. It's 1-1 from Rysop. Two balls and a strike. Tomorrow night in Cincinnati, it's Dontrell Willis for the Reds and James McDonald for the Pirates. Cincinnati beating St. Louis today 3-1.
Cardinals' only run coming on Lance Berkman's 25th home run. What a shocker. Lance going deep in Cincinnati.
Yeah. He hasn't let the change of uniforms spoil what he's done in that city over the years. Florida beat the Cubs 7-5. Edward Mujica, the winner, 8-2 as a reliever. Kerry Wood took the loss. Leo Nunez got his 26th save. 3-2 now.
Down 3, down to your last strike. Make sure you get a strike.
In the air, foul and out of play.
Rysop is thinking anything other than just a fastball right down the middle. His mind is not right.
Phil Hughes won for the Yankees today, 7-2 over Toronto in Toronto.
Hurdle on the phone. I guess He's got what? Watson's the only man left down there.
Yeah.
Okay, you talk about preparing for any eventuality.
Yeah. Well, there might be one. Let's see. A deep drive to right field. Paul at the wall, leaping, and that one gets in. Humberto Quintero takes it out to right. An opposite field home run to make it 7-5. Number 1 of the season for Q. He had gone 143 at bats since his last homer last September 20th in Washington.
A situation where he knew he was going to get a fastball, so he really loads up on that backside. Good aggressive swing.
7-5 game. And now Jason Michaels bats. Ball 1. That's the first home run of the day. The second one, rather. Quintero following Keppinger's long ball in the 3rd inning. One and one. Michael Bourne's on deck.
Fans that stick around for a game like this at the end, usually they're a spunky bunch.
Oh, yeah. This one goes to right. Paul waiting. And the Pirates win 2 out of 3 in Houston. They are now 9-3 against the Astros this year. Pittsburgh going to 48-44, 49-44 now. Clint Hurdle's club winning it today. Final score in 11. Pittsburgh 7, Houston 5.